Welcome, welcome. You're here at Harry Fictional Hub. Today we present to you, what if Harry was adopted by Charlie Morningstar and arrived at Hogwarts as the Prince of Hazbin Hotel? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, A Letter from the Living. The Hazbin Hotel had seen better mornings. Then again, it had seen worse ones too, like the Tuesday when Nifty had discovered a cockroach colony behind the walls and declared holy war, or the Thursday when Angel Dust had somehow gotten the entire third floor stuck in a time loop for 6 hours. By hell standards, the explosion that rocked the lobby at 7:43 a.m. was practically quaint. Harry Morningstar dropped from the ceiling, trailing smoke and grinning like a maniac. Again, he shouted, rolling to his feet on the scorched carpet. Hellfire still flickered along his fingertips, deep red at the core bleeding outward into gold. Charlie's colors, everyone said. He'd inherited her fire but with his own twist, something sharper, something that hummed with a frequency that made even the older demons uneasy. Absolutely not again, Vaggie said from the doorway, her spear planted against the floor like a period at the end of a sentence. You blew a hole in the roof, Harry. He looked up. A circle of hell's red sky glared down at him through the smoldering gap. It's a skylight now. It is not a skylight. Mom would say it adds character. Your mother would say a lot of things, and half of them would be wrong, and I love her anyway. Vaggie crossed the lobby, her single eye scanning him for injuries with practiced efficiency. Finding none, she relaxed a fraction. What were you even practicing? Harry shook out his hands, the last embers dying between his fingers. Uncle Al showed me this thing where you channel the fire through a spiral pattern in it. Alastair taught you this. It concentrates the blast into a focused point instead of spreading it wide, which is actually way more efficient, Harry. And theoretically safer because the radius of destruction is smaller. The radius of destruction went up. Vaggie pointed at the ceiling. Harry had the grace to look sheepish for about half a second. Then the grin came back, the one that was all Charlie but with an edge that was purely his own. 11 years of growing up in hell's most chaotic household had honed that grin into something that could charm demons twice his age. I'll fix it before Mom sees. Fix what before Mom sees? Charlie Morningstar swept into the lobby like a sunrise in hell, which was to say, impossible and radiant and slightly concerning. Her blonde hair was up in a messy bun, she had what appeared to be paint on her cheek, and she was carrying a stack of papers that looked dangerously close to toppling. She froze when she saw the hole in the ceiling. Her eyes went wide. Harry braced for the lecture. Oh my gosh, that's a perfect circle. Charlie rushed over, papers forgotten as they scattered across the floor. She craned her neck back, studying the damage with an expression of genuine delight. Harry, the precision on this is incredible. Have you been working on your control? Vaggie pinched the bridge of her nose. See? Harry said, shooting Vaggie a triumphant look. Character. It does add character, Charlie agreed, then seemed to remember she was supposed to be a responsible parent. She cleared her throat, straightened up, and put on what Harry privately called her mom face, an expression she'd clearly practiced in a mirror and never quite landed because her eyes still sparkled with excitement. But also, we don't blow holes in the hotel. Because it's structural. Structurally important. The ceiling. The ceiling is structurally important, Vaggie confirmed flatly. Right. What she said. Charlie reached out and ruffled Harry's hair, black as midnight and permanently untamable, one of the few physical traits he'd kept from his previous life. But seriously, that control is amazing, baby. You're getting so good. Harry leaned into the touch without thinking. 11 years old and he still gravitated toward his mother's warmth like a planet orbiting a sun. He'd never been embarrassed by it. In hell, love was rare enough that you held on to it with both hands and teeth. Breakfast? He asked. Breakfast, Charlie confirmed. And then we need to talk about something. Harry caught the glance that passed between Charlie and Vaggie. Quick, loaded with meaning he couldn't quite parse. His instincts, honed by growing up in a hotel full of reformed, and reforming, sinners, pinged a quiet alert. Good something or bad something? Charlie's smile went soft and complicated. I honestly have no idea. The Hazbin Hotel's kitchen was a disaster zone at the best of times. This morning, it was actively hostile. Nifty had apparently decided that the stove needed a deep clean, and had disassembled it into approximately 47 components spread across the counter. Angel Dust sat at the table with his 4 arms wrapped around a coffee mug, 3 of his eyes still closed, looking like death warmed over in a pink bathrobe. Husk was behind the bar, because of course there was a bar in the kitchen. This was hell, polishing a glass with the resigned air of a man who had seen everything and wished he hadn't. Morning, Squirt, Angel said without opening his remaining eye. Heard the boom. New record. Went through the ceiling, Harry said proudly, sliding into his usual seat. Attaboy. Don't encourage him, Vaggie said. I'm a terrible influence, Dollface. It's literally what I'm here for. Charlie was already at the counter, assembling what passed for breakfast in their household: toast that was only slightly singed by ambient hellfire, scrambled eggs from birds that Harry had learned very early on not to ask questions about, and juice that was legitimately just apple juice because Charlie had insisted on importing it from the mortal realm for Harry's health. Where's Uncle Al? Harry asked, reaching across the table to steal a piece of Angel's toast. Angel swatted at him with a spare arm but didn't actually try to stop him. Haven't seen the creep this morning, Husk said. Which means he's either planning something or he already did something and we haven't found the bodies yet. He's in a good mood, Harry translated. Yeah, that's what I said. Husk took a drink directly from a bottle under the counter. Harry ate quickly, watching his mother from the corner of his eye. Charlie was doing that thing where she organized and reorganized the same 3 items, which meant she was nervous. Vaggie stood beside her, one hand on Charlie's lower back, grounding, steady. They were having one of their silent conversations, the kind built on years of partnership. He was halfway through his eggs when the front door of the hotel slammed open hard enough to crack the wall, and a voice that resonated like a radio broadcast from 1933 filled the building. Good morning, my delightful little family of degenerates and disappointments. Alastair materialized in the kitchen doorway, not walked, materialized, because doors were for people who hadn't transcended the need for linear spatial transit. His smile was, as always, enormous, fixed, and deeply unsettling to anyone who hadn't grown up seeing it at the breakfast table every morning. Harry just waved. Morning, Uncle Al. Harry, my boy. Alastair was beside him in a blink, one clawed hand landing on his shoulder with proprietary fondness. I heard your little experiment this morning. Marvelous acoustics on that explosion. Really rattled the windows on the 5th floor. You told him to aim for the roof, didn't you? Vaggie accused. I merely suggested that vertical trajectories are underexplored in his training regimen. Alastair's grin widened, which shouldn't have been physically possible. The boy has initiative. The boy has a hole in my hotel, Charlie said, but she was smiling as she set a plate in front of Alastair. He wouldn't eat it, he never ate what he hadn't prepared himself, but the ritual mattered. This was family. Loud and dysfunctional and held together by Charlie's stubborn love and Vaggie's practical devotion and whatever strange loyalty Alastair had developed over the years that he'd never admit to. Harry knew he was lucky. He'd been told the story enough times, found wandering the streets of Pentagram City as a toddler's soul, confused and crying, with a lightning bolt scar that pulsed with energy that wasn't demonic in origin. Charlie had picked him up, and that had been that. No one in hell questioned Charlie Morningstar adopting a human soul. Partly because she was the princess, and partly because anyone who'd seen Harry grow up knew that questioning it would earn them a visit from several very protective individuals, none of whom were known for their restraint. So, Harry said, pushing his empty plate forward and fixing his mother with a direct stare. The thing you need to talk about. Charlie took a breath. Looked at Vaggie. Looked at Alastair, who tilted his head with interest. Looked back at Harry. "You got mail," she said. Harry blinked. "I get mail all the time. Grandpa sends me rubber ducks every week." "Not from your grandfather." Charlie reached into her back pocket and pulled out an envelope. Heavy parchment, thick and creamy, sealed with a wax crest that Harry didn't recognize, a coat of arms with a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. She set it on the table between them. Harry stared at it. The envelope was addressed in emerald green ink, and the precision of the handwriting was almost aggressive. "Mr. H, Morningstar, the Hazbin Hotel, Pentagram City. Hell, how did this get here?" Harry asked slowly. "That's the interesting part," Vaggie said. "An owl delivered it." "An owl flew into hell." "An owl flew into hell," Charlie confirmed. "It came through, some kind of tear." "A small one. It appeared in the lobby last night, dropped the letter, and flew back through before the gap closed." "Alastair, I sense the breach," Alastair said, and his usual manic energy had dimmed to something more focused, more predatory. It was not demonic in origin. It was something else entirely. Something from the living realm, but not mundane. There was power behind it, old power, bound to rules and traditions. "Magic," Harry said. "Of a sort." Alastair's eyes gleamed. "Not our kind. Something more, structured. Institutional." Harry reached for the envelope. The moment his fingers touched the parchment, he felt it, a tingle that wasn't hellfire, wasn't his demonic energy, but something deeper, something that lived in his bones in a place he'd never thought to look. It felt like recognition. He broke the seal and pulled out the letter. "Dear Mr. Morningstar, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall." Deputy Headmistress Harry read it twice. Then a third time. Then he looked up at his mother, who was watching him with an expression caught between excitement and terror. "I'm a wizard," he said. "Apparently," Charlie said. "I'm a wizard and the Prince of Hell." "It does seem that way." Harry's face split into a grin. "That's awesome." "Oh, I like this," Alastair said, leaning over Harry's shoulder to read the letter. His radiostatic voice crackled with delight. "A school of witchcraft. In the living realm. How wonderfully archaic. We don't even know if it's legitimate," Vaggie started. "It's legitimate," Alastair and Charlie said simultaneously, then looked at each other with mutual surprise. "I felt the magic in that letter," Charlie said. "It's real. Honestly, it's kind of amazing. The spell work on that envelope alone, finding Harry here, in hell, routing an owl through dimensional barriers, that takes serious power. This school has resources." "I've heard of it," Alastair added, settling into a chair and crossing his legs with theatrical ease. "Hogwarts. A very old institution. I encountered whispers of it during my living years, secret societies, hidden communities of magic users in the mortal world. I always assumed it was rumor, but then, I assumed quite a few things before I died that turned out to be wrong." "You want to go?" Vaggie said, looking at Harry. It wasn't a question. Harry met her eye. "Yeah. I do. Harry, I want to know why I can do magic that isn't from hell," he said. "I want to know where I came from. Who I was before." He touched the scar on his forehead, almost unconsciously. "This has always been here. You've never been able to explain it. Maybe they can." The silence that followed was heavy. Charlie sat down slowly, reaching across the table to take Harry's hand. "I always knew this day might come," she said quietly. "That your first life would reach out to you somehow. I just didn't think it would be a school acceptance letter." She laughed, a little wet around the edges. I thought it would be harder. Scarier. It is scary, Vaggie said. Not for me, Harry said, and he meant it. He squeezed his mother's hand. Mom. I grew up in hell. I had breakfast with sinners this morning. My uncle is the radio demon. My grandpa is literally Lucifer. He grinned. I think I can handle wizard school. Charlie's laugh was stronger this time. She pulled him into a hug that he didn't resist, wrapping her arms around him tight. She smelled like sulfur and vanilla and home. You're going to be amazing, she whispered. Obviously, he whispered back. But, she said, pulling back with her mom face firmly in place, we're going to do this properly. We're going to get your supplies, and you're going to be prepared, and if anyone gives you trouble, I'll set them on fire. You will not set them on fire. Gentle fire. Harry. I'm kidding. He wasn't entirely kidding. I'll be diplomatic. You raised me right. I raised you in hell. And I'm great. Charlie couldn't argue with that, so she kissed his forehead instead, right on the scar, the way she always did, and stood up. I need to make some calls. There are preparations to make. Vaggie, can you, already on it, Vaggie said, pulling out her phone. I'm looking up everything on this Hogwarts. If it exists in the mortal world, there'll be a way to find more information. I'll handle reconnaissance, Alastor said, standing in a fluid motion that defied his usual languid affectation. I still have connections among the recently deceased. Someone will know something about this school, its politics, its dangers. His smile sharpened. And its vulnerabilities. Al, we're not invading a school, Charlie said. Of course not. But it never hurts to be prepared, does it? Harry watched them move, his family, his strange and wonderful family, and felt something warm and fierce settle in his chest. He looked down at the letter again. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He didn't know what he'd find there. But whatever it was, he was walking in as himself. All of himself. The news spread through the hotel within the hour, because nothing stayed secret in a building full of demons with no concept of personal boundaries. Wizard School. Angel Dust leaned against Harry's doorframe, watching him dig through his closet. What, like pulling rabbits out of hats? I think it's more than that. Harry tossed a jacket onto his bed, considered it, tossed it back. The letter mentioned wands, cauldrons, specific books. It sounds organized. Organized magic. Sounds boring. You think everything that doesn't involve chaos is boring. That's because everything that doesn't involve chaos is boring, kid. Angel pushed off the frame and sauntered in, dropping onto Harry's bed with the graceless elegance only he could manage. You really gonna go to the living world? Just like that? Harry paused his closet raid. He turned to look at Angel, one of the first residents of the hotel, someone who'd been there almost as long as Harry could remember. Angel's usual sardonic shield was thinner than normal. Concern lived underneath it, badly hidden. Yeah, Harry said. I am. It's different up there. People aren't like us. I know. They're gonna take one look at you and what? Harry let a flicker of hellfire dance across his knuckles. Not threatening, he'd never threaten Angel, but demonstrative. I'm not scared of living people, Angie. Angel's mouth twisted. I'm not saying be scared. I'm saying be careful. The living world's got a way of making you feel small. Trust me, I remember. Harry crossed the room and dropped onto the bed beside Angel, leaning against one of his upper arms. I'm not going to feel small. I know who I am. Yeah. Angel looked down at him, and something complicated moved behind his eyes. Yeah, you do. Lucky kid. He ruffled Harry's hair with a free hand, rougher than Charlie would have. Give em hell. Literally. Mom said no fire. Your mom says a lot of things. Doesn't mean you gotta listen. Harry grinned. Noted. Lucifer arrived at the hotel that evening in his typical fashion, unannounced, overdressed, and carrying gifts. I heard my grandson is going to wizard school. He burst through the front door in a shower of golden light, his white suit immaculate, his apple-topped cane twirling between his fingers. This is the most exciting thing that's happened since I invented karaoke. Dad, Charlie said from the couch, where she'd been poring over research with Vaggie. You didn't invent karaoke. I inspired it. Same thing. Lucifer crossed the lobby in 3 quick strides and swept Harry up into a hug that lifted him off the ground despite Lucifer being barely taller than him. Harry. My boy. A wizard. Of course you are. You're my grandson, you'd have to be extraordinary. Hi, Grandpa. Harry hugged him back, enduring the squeeze with practiced patience. Did you bring me something? Did I? Lucifer pulled back, looking genuinely offended. Did I bring you something? I'm Lucifer Morningstar. Of course I brought you something. He reached into his jacket and produced a rubber duck wearing a tiny witch's hat and holding a toothpick wand. For your collection. Commemorative edition. Harry took it with a solemn expression and genuine delight. It's perfect. I know. Lucifer beamed. Then his expression shifted, still smiling, because Lucifer was always smiling, but with a depth that most people never saw. He knelt down slightly to meet Harry's eyes. Now. About this trip to the living world. I'm going, Harry said immediately. Obviously you're going. Don't be absurd, of course you're going. Lucifer waved a hand dismissively. But you're going properly. You'll need supplies, yes. This letter mentions a shopping list. Diagon Alley, Vaggie called from across the room. That's what the information says. It's a hidden magical marketplace in London. London. Lucifer clapped his hands together. Wonderful. I love London. Terrible weather, excellent theater. We'll go tomorrow. We? Charlie asked carefully. Obviously we. You don't think I'm going to miss my grandson's first trip to the mortal realm, do you? Besides, his eyes glittered with something that was equal parts paternal pride and ancient mischief. I know how these magical communities work. They're going to have questions about Harry's background. Better they deal with me than discover the truth unprepared. Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a look. He has a point, Vaggie admitted. I always have a point, dear Vaggie. I'm the devil. Lucifer straightened up, adjusting his lapels. Now. We'll need a cover story, no, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Harry stood up straighter, meeting his grandfather's ancient, knowing gaze without flinching. No cover story. I'm not hiding what I am. Harry, Charlie started. Mom. You built this hotel on the idea that people deserve redemption. That they shouldn't have to hide who they are. That honesty is the first step. He looked around at them, his mother, his other mom, his grandfather, the residents watching from the margins. If I go up there pretending to be something I'm not, what does that say? That I'm ashamed? It says you're strategic, Vaggie offered. It says I'm scared. Harry shook his head. I'm not scared. I'm the Prince of Hell. My family rules this realm. If the living world can't handle that, that's their problem, not mine. Silence held for 3 seconds. Then Lucifer laughed, a bright, delighted sound that made the walls resonate. Oh, he's mine, Lucifer said to Charlie. He's absolutely mine. That's my blood talking right there. He's not technically your blood, Dad. Blood is overrated. That's my spirit talking. Lucifer rested a hand on Harry's shoulder, and his grip held weight, power, ancient and vast, channeled into a simple touch. Very well. No cover story. You go as yourself. But you let me handle the introductions. Deal? Harry nodded. Deal. Wonderful. Lucifer spun his cane once and pointed it at the ceiling. Tomorrow. London. Shopping. Try not to start any wars before September. No promises, Harry said, and Lucifer's smile turned sharp with approval. That night, Harry sat on the roof of the Hazbin Hotel, or rather, beside the new hole in the roof, dangling his feet over the edge as hell's perpetual red sky stretched above him. Pentagram City sprawled below in all its chaotic, neon-soaked glory. In the distance, the palace where his grandfather occasionally held court glittered against the skyline. He turned the Hogwarts letter over in his hands, running his thumb along the broken wax seal. Mr. H. Morningstar. They knew his name. Or at least, the name he'd chosen. He'd been something else before, he had fragmented memories of it, like looking at photographs through water. Green light. A woman's scream. Cold. Then nothing, and then Charlie's arms, and warmth, and home. He didn't miss whoever he'd been before. How could he? He didn't remember enough to miss. But he was curious. That was different. Contemplative tonight, aren't we? Harry didn't startle. Alastor had been standing behind him for approximately 30 seconds. Harry had felt the radio static along his skin the moment the demon appeared. I'm always contemplative. I'm deep. You're 11. Deeply 11. Alastor chuckled, a sound like an old radio warming up, and folded himself down to sit beside Harry on the roof's edge. His long limbs arranged themselves in his usual praying mantis posture, all angles and barely contained energy. His staff appeared across his lap, the microphone glinting in the hellish light. You're ready for this, Alastor said. It wasn't a question, and it wasn't reassurance. It was assessment. From Alastor, that meant more than comfort ever could. I know, Harry said. You'll be surrounded by children who have never seen real power. Never felt genuine danger. They'll play at magic while you carry hellfire in your veins. Alastor's smile remained fixed, but his eyes, his real eyes, behind the performance, held something that might have been fondness. The temptation will be to look down on them. You think I'll be an ass? I think your mother raised you better. But I also raised you, Harry. And I am very much an ass. He tilted his head, antlers catching the light. Remember what I taught you. Harry recited it without thinking. Power isn't impressive unless they see it without expecting it. You don't announce yourself. You arrive, and they feel it. Good boy. Alastor reached over and straightened Harry's collar, a small, precise gesture that carried more weight than a hug from anyone else. Make me proud. Make them nervous. Both at once, ideally. Uncle Al. Thanks. For everything. Alastor was quiet for a moment. The radio static around him softened to a low hum. You're the most interesting thing that's happened in this hotel since I arrived. I'd hate to see you waste that by being ordinary. He stood in one fluid motion, already fading at the edges. Get some sleep. You have shopping to do tomorrow. Then he was gone, leaving nothing but a faint smell of ozone and old tobacco. Harry looked up at hell's sky one more time. Somewhere beyond it, above it, beside it, in whatever direction, alive, occupied, there was a school full of wizards who had no idea what was coming. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his jacket pocket. He couldn't wait. The crossing was easier than Harry expected. Lucifer opened a door between realms the way another person might open a door between rooms, a twist of his wrist, a flex of power so casual it was almost insulting, and suddenly the air in the hotel lobby split along a seam that revealed gray daylight and the smell of rain. After you, Lucifer said, gesturing grandly at the portal. He'd dressed for the occasion, same white suit but with a dark overcoat that somehow made him look less like the king of hell and more like a particularly stylish Londoner. His horns were glamoured away, though his eyes still held that ancient golden gleam. Harry stepped through and gasped. London. Living, breathing, mortal London. The noise hit him first, traffic, voices, 1,000 heartbeats thrumming in the air around him. The smell came next, exhaust, food, rain on pavement. Everything was grey and green and brown and so utterly, overwhelmingly alive. Breathe, Charlie said, stepping through behind him. She'd glamoured herself too, her demonic features hidden under a human guise that made her look like any other tall, pretty blonde. But her hand on Harry's shoulder was warm and grounding. Take it slow. Harry breathed. The air tasted wrong, clean in a way hell's atmosphere never was. No sulfur, no ash, no undercurrent of burning. Just air. I'm fine, he said. And he was. The initial shock faded quickly, replaced by curiosity, fierce and hungry. He looked around at the street they'd emerged onto, some quiet alley in what looked like central London. People walked past the alley's entrance without glancing in. Where are we going? The Leaky Cauldron, Lucifer said, consulting a small slip of paper. A hidden pub. Gateway to this Diagon alley. He sniffed. Wizards and their secret entrances. Always so dramatic. Says the man who just ripped open a portal between hell and London. That's not dramatic. That's efficient. Lucifer offered his arm to Charlie and his hand to Harry. Come along. Let's go shopping. They found the Leaky Cauldron within minutes. Lucifer navigated like he'd been to London 1,000 times, which he probably had. The pub's facade was invisible to mortals, but Harry could see it clearly, a grimy, crooked little building squeezed between a bookshop and a record store. The sign swung in a breeze that didn't exist. Lucifer pushed open the door without hesitation. The pub inside was dim and warm, filled with people in robes of various colors doing very poor jobs of being inconspicuous. Conversations hummed, glasses clinked, and a hunched bartender wiped down the counter with a rag that seemed to be making things dirtier rather than cleaner. Heads turned when they walked in. Harry felt it, the ripple of attention, the way conversations hitched and resumed too quickly. He didn't know if they were staring because Lucifer radiated an authority that glamour couldn't fully hide, or because of something else. The bartender, Tom, according to the name stitched into his apron, looked up. His eyes slid from Lucifer to Charlie to Harry, and stopped there. Specifically, on Harry's forehead. Harry watched the man's face go white. Bless my soul, Tom whispered. It can't be, keep walking, Lucifer murmured, guiding Harry forward with a hand on his back. Don't stop. But it was too late. Tom had said it too loudly, and other people were looking now, and someone gasped, and suddenly the entire pub was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on mania. Harry Potter, someone whispered. It's Harry Potter. Harry didn't slow down, but his eyes narrowed. Potter? Your birth name, Lucifer said quietly, still moving them toward the back of the pub. We'll discuss it later. Harry Potter. A woman in green robes lunged forward, hand outstretched. Oh, Mr. Potter, what an honor, Harry stopped. The woman's hand hung in the air between them. He looked at it, then up at her face, eager, flushed, almost desperate with some emotion he couldn't identify. My name, he said clearly, is Morningstar. The pub went silent. Harry held the woman's gaze without blinking. He didn't summon fire, didn't flex any power. He just stood there, 11 years old, and refused the name, refused the narrative, refused whatever these people thought they knew about him. Lucifer's hand squeezed his shoulder once. Pride. Come, Harry, Charlie said, gentle but firm. We have shopping to do. They moved through the pub in silence. Every eye followed them. Harry felt the weight of those stares and let them slide off him like water. He'd been stared at by demons who could rend souls. These people were nothing. The back of the pub opened onto a small courtyard with a brick wall. Charlie was studying it, clearly looking for whatever mechanism opened the hidden entrance, when Lucifer tapped a brick with his cane. The wall shuddered once and rearranged itself into an archway. "How did you?" Charlie started. "Magic is magic, sweetheart. It all responds to intent, and my intent is very convincing." The archway opened onto Diagon Alley, and Harry forgot everything else. It was impossible. That was his first thought. The alley twisted and curved ahead of them, lined with shops that defied architecture, buildings that leaned at angles that should have collapsed, windows that displayed moving photographs and self-stirring cauldrons and stacks of books that floated in lazy circles. Owls swooped overhead. People in robes browsed and bartered and argued. Color and noise and magic saturated every inch of space. Harry grinned so wide it hurt. "Oh," he breathed. "Oh, this is brilliant." Charlie laughed, and her glamour flickered, just for a second, her true form bleeding through with the force of her joy at his happiness. "It really is, isn't it?" They moved through the alley like a small storm. Lucifer navigated with the confidence of royalty everywhere, and people moved aside without quite knowing why. Harry drank in every detail, the joke shop with its window full of living fireworks, the apothecary with things floating in jars that were tame compared to what they had back home, the ice cream parlor with flavors that changed color as you watched. First stop was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, a massive white marble building at the end of the alley. Lucifer handled this with brisk efficiency, producing documentation from somewhere within his coat that Harry was fairly certain hadn't existed 5 minutes ago. The Potter Vault, Lucifer told the goblin at the counter, a sharp-featured creature barely 3 feet tall who regarded them with professional suspicion. "Key?" the goblin asked. "I don't have a key. But I have the air." Lucifer placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Test him if you like." The goblin's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and widened slightly. Then his gaze moved to Lucifer, and Harry watched something fascinating happen. The goblin recognized something. Not Lucifer specifically, maybe, but what he was. The goblin's nostrils flared, his grip tightened on his quill, and a flash of ancient knowledge passed behind his eyes. "That won't be necessary," the goblin said, suddenly much more polite. "Right this way." "Goblins are old," Lucifer murmured to Harry as they followed the creature into the depths of the bank. "Older than Wizarding Society. They remember the old things. The real things. He knew what you are. He knew what I might be. There's a difference. Goblins are smart enough not to confirm their suspicions." The Potter Vault was deep in the bank's underground labyrinth. When the door opened, Harry stood in the doorway and stared at mountains of gold coins, stacks of silver, piles of bronze. More money than he could comprehend. "This was your birth parents," Lucifer said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "They left it for you." Harry looked at the gold. It meant nothing to him emotionally, he'd never wanted for anything, growing up. Charlie made sure of that. But it was a connection. A tangible thread to whoever James and Lily Potter had been. He took what they needed for shopping and left the rest. There would be time to learn about his birth parents later. The rest of Diagon Alley passed in a whirlwind. Cauldrons from the potage's shop. Scales and phials from the apothecary. Harry was mildly disappointed that none of the potion ingredients were as exotic as what he'd seen in hell. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where a pale blonde boy had stared at him with open curiosity but said nothing. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Charlie had to physically restrain herself from buying the entire store. "Mom, we have a library in hell." "But these are wizard books, Harry." And then, finally, the wand shop. Ollivanders sat at the end of a narrow lane, dusty, quiet, with a single wand on a faded purple cushion in the window. The shop radiated age in a way that few things in the living world could. Harry felt at the moment they approached, a deep, thrumming sense of old that resonated with something in his chest. "I'll wait outside," Lucifer said. Harry looked at him, surprised. "Why?" "Wand selection is personal. Between you and the wand maker." Lucifer's smile was knowing. Besides, I think my presence might interfere with the process. He means the wands would be terrified of him, Charlie translated. I do mean that, yes. Harry pushed open the shop door alone. Inside was exactly what he expected and nothing like it at the same time. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed with narrow boxes, thousands of them stacked in impossible columns. Dust motes floated in a single shaft of light from the window. The air felt thick with potential, like the moment before a storm broke. Good afternoon. Harry turned. An old man stood behind the counter, silver eyes gleaming in the dim light. He was tall and thin, with wild white hair and the look of someone who saw more than they should. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said. It wasn't a guess. And you are? Ollivander leaned forward, those eerie eyes fixed on Harry's face. On his scar. Ah. I wondered when I'd see you. Harry Potter. Morningstar, Harry corrected. Harry Morningstar. Ollivander's head tilted. Something flickered in his expression, not fear, exactly, but heightened attention. Morningstar. Yes. I can see that now. There's something else in you. Something that isn't wizard-born. He straightened. But there is wizard in you. Let's find your wand. The next 20 minutes were the strangest of Harry's life, and he'd grown up in hell. Ollivander pulled box after box from the shelves, offering wands like a sommelier offering wine. Each one Harry tried produced results ranging from disappointing to dangerous. Sparks. Small explosions. One wand caught fire in his hand, real fire, not hellfire, and Ollivander snatched it back with a sound of distress. Tricky customer, the old man murmured, but his eyes were bright with excitement rather than frustration. Very tricky. Your magic doesn't want to be contained. It's been running free for too long, wild magic, unshackled, mixed with other things. He paused, disappearing into the back of the shop. Harry waited. He could feel something in the shop pulling at him, not from where Ollivander had gone, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere below or behind. A humming. A calling. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said when the man returned with another armful of boxes. There's something in the back. Ollivander froze. I beg your pardon. Something calling me. It's. Harry tilted his head, following the sensation. That way. Down. Ollivander stared at him for a long, unreadable moment. Then he set down his boxes, very slowly, and said, "Follow me." He led Harry past the counter, through a door, down a set of stairs Harry was fairly certain hadn't been visible from outside. The basement was darker, smaller, and the boxes here were older, dusty with decades, some with centuries. Ollivander moved to a specific shelf, his hand hovering over a box that sat apart from the others. This wand, Ollivander said softly, has been here for a very long time. It has refused every witch and wizard who has ever touched it. I kept it because, well, because it seemed to be waiting. He lifted the lid. The wand inside was beautiful. 11 inches, dark wood with a grain that seemed to shift in the light, not black, not brown, but something in between that caught red and gold highlights as it moved. Harry reached for it before Ollivander could offer it. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, the world rang. Not fire. Not explosion. Just, a sound, deep and resonant, like a bell struck at the bottom of the ocean. Warmth flooded up Harry's arm and through his chest, meeting the hellfire that lived there and harmonizing with it. Light burst from the wand's tip, not red, not gold, not the green of killing curses or the white of pure magic. It was all of them, swirling together, and for a moment Harry felt perfectly, completely whole. He held the wand up and looked at it. It looked back. Holly, Ollivander whispered. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. His voice was barely audible. The brother of the wand that gave you that scar. Harry's gaze snapped to him. What? The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave one other feather, just one. The other wand did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Ollivander's eyes were huge and luminous. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Morningstar. After all, you have already been to places no wizard has gone before and returned. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It hummed contentedly, its magic woven with his in a way that felt inevitable. Yeah, he said. I have. They were back at the hotel by nightfall. Harry sat on his bed surrounded by his purchases, the cauldron, the books, the robes, the scales, the telescope, the potion ingredients. And the wand, sitting in its box on his pillow like something precious. Which it was. Charlie appeared in his doorway, her glamour dropped, her true form familiar and comforting. She leaned against the frame the way Vaggie often did, she'd picked up the habit years ago. Big day, she said. Huge day. How do you feel? Harry considered the question honestly. Ready. Excited. A little bit like I want to burn something. That's the Morningstar in you. Charlie crossed the room and sat on the edge of his bed, careful not to disturb his organized chaos. Harry. Before you go to this school, there are things you should know. About your first life. Harry went still. You know. Not everything. But after the letter came, your grandfather did some research. In his way. Charlie's expression was serious, really serious, the way she got when something mattered more than anything. Your birth name was Harry James Potter. Your parents were James and Lily Potter. They were wizards. They were killed by another wizard, a dark wizard, very powerful, when you were 1 year old. He tried to kill you too. That scar is from his killing curse, which somehow, bounced back. Killed him. Apparently. The wizarding world thinks he's gone. They think you, the baby who survived, are some kind of hero. A savior. Charlie's mouth twisted. You were famous before you could walk. And then you, died. In the mortal world. The people who were supposed to protect you after your parents, they didn't. Harry absorbed this. The information settled into him like stones dropped into water, rippling outward, but not drowning him. He'd always known he'd had a life before. He'd always known something bad had happened. I'm not angry, he said, and was surprised to find it was true. I can't be angry about something that brought me here. To you. Charlie's eyes filled. She blinked rapidly, jaw tight. I'm angry enough for both of us. I know. Harry reached out and took her hand. Mom. It's okay. I'm okay. I've been okay for 11 years. She nodded, squeezing his hand hard. I know. I know you are. She took a shaky breath. You're going to go up there and they're going to look at you and see a symbol. A weapon. A story that belongs to them. And you are none of those things. You are my son. You are good and strong and kind, and you have every right to walk into that school and be exactly who you are. I will. Promise me something. Anything. If it gets bad, if anyone hurts you, if you're in danger, if you just want to come home, you call me. You call us. I don't care if I have to tear open the sky to get to you. I will. Harry looked at his mother, the princess of hell, the woman who believed in redemption so fiercely it had become her life's work, who had picked up a lost soul off the streets and loved him with everything she had. He believed her absolutely. I promise, he said. She kissed his forehead, on the scar, always on the scar, and stood. September 1st. 2 weeks away. Better start reading those textbooks. Already ahead of you. Harry pulled the standard book of spells, grade 1 from his pile and waggled it. I'm going to be the best wizard they've ever seen. Just be yourself, Charlie said from the doorway. That's more than enough. She left, and Harry opened the book. The first chapter was on levitation. He read 3 sentences, glanced at his wand on the pillow, and thought about how it had felt in his hand, that perfect harmony, that sense of wholeness. He was Harry Morningstar. Prince of Hell. Son of Charlie. Grandson of Lucifer. Nephew of the radio demon. Raised by sinners and loved by demons. And apparently, also a wizard. September couldn't come fast enough. The last 2 weeks before term passed in a blur of preparation, chaos, and what Harry would later describe as aggressive parenting. Vaggie drilled him on combat every morning, not wizard combat, real combat. How to read a room. How to identify threats. How to position himself so that no one could approach from behind without his knowledge. You're going somewhere we can't follow, she told him on the last day, lowering her spear after a sparring session that had left scorch marks on the hotel's training room floor. So you need to be able to handle anything alone. I can, Harry said, and she nodded, because she knew it was true. She'd made sure of it. Alastor gave him different lessons. Subtler ones. How to listen, really listen, to the things people said between their words. How to smile in a way that made people want to talk. How to be the most interesting person in any room without raising his voice. You have power, Alastor told him. Terrible, wonderful power. But power untempered by wit is merely destruction. Any fool can destroy. You will orchestrate. That sounds vaguely evil, Uncle Al. Only vaguely. I'm losing my touch. Lucifer's gift came last, the night before Harry was to leave. A ring, simple gold band with a tiny ruby set into it. Emergency measure, Lucifer explained, placing it on Harry's finger. If you're ever in true danger, mortal danger, the kind that matters, twist it 3 times. It will alert me. What happens then? Lucifer's smile was the ancient one. The one that remembered the fall, and the eons since, and every single thing he was capable of. Then I come. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It was warm. Alive, almost. Thanks, Grandpa. Don't thank me. Just don't die. I've only just gotten used to having a grandson, and I'd be very annoyed if you made me grieve. Harry laughed, because it was funny, and because Lucifer meant every word. September 1st. King's Cross Station. Charlie had opened the portal this time, not to London directly, but to a quiet corner of the station where no one would notice 2 demons and a boy stepping out of a tear in reality. She'd glamoured herself again, Vaggie beside her in her own human guise. They looked like any other pair of parents dropping off their child for school, if you didn't look too closely at Vaggie's militant posture or the way Charlie's eyes occasionally flickered to their true red. Harry had his trunk, packed with precision by Vaggie and absolute chaos by Charlie, then repacked by Harry himself. His wand sat in a holster on his forearm that Alastor had gifted him. Never let them see where you draw from. The ring from Lucifer was warm on his finger. Platform 9 3/4. They found it easily. Harry could feel the magic of the barrier, thin and permeable, practically begging to be walked through. He pushed his trolley toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10 and didn't slow down. The barrier accepted him like an old friend. He emerged onto a platform alive with color and noise, a scarlet steam engine billowed smoke, families clustered in tearful goodbyes, children leaned from windows waving. Owls hooted from cages. Cats wooned between legs. The air tasted of excitement and nervousness and something indefinably magical. Charlie and Vaggie appeared behind him a moment later. Oh, Charlie breathed, looking around with wonder. It's beautiful. Harry turned to face his mothers. Both of them. Charlie with her barely contained tears and Vaggie with her tight jaw and suspiciously bright eye. All right, he said. Every week. Every day, Charlie countered. Every week, Vaggie corrected her wife. Let the kid breathe, Charlie. Every other day. Final offer. Harry pulled them both into a hug, reaching up because Charlie was tall and Vaggie was fierce, and between them he felt small and safe and loved in a way that had nothing to do with size. I love you both, he said. I'll be fine. Better than fine. We know, Vaggie said, her voice only slightly unsteady. Go show them what a Morningstar looks like. Charlie kissed his scar. Vaggie squeezed his shoulder. They stepped back, and Harry Morningstar turned toward the Hogwarts Express with his chin up and hellfire banked warm in his chest. He was grinning. The train whistle blew. Time to go to school. Chapter 2, The Sorting of Hellfire. The Hogwarts Express was louder on the inside than Harry expected. Compartment doors slid open and shut, voices spilled into the corridor in overlapping waves, and somewhere toward the back of the train, something small exploded, followed by laughter. Harry dragged his trunk down the narrow corridor, wand holster warm against his forearm, and took his time choosing where to sit. He passed compartments full of older students who barely glanced at him, groups of first-years already clustered together in nervous packs, a girl with enormous bushy hair reading a book thicker than her arm. He almost stopped there. She looked interesting, but something pulled him further down the train. Instinct. The same instinct Alastair had drilled into him about reading spaces, finding the right position, letting the moment come to you instead of chasing it. He found an empty compartment near the middle of the train and slid inside. The seats were worn velvet, the window smeared with rain. Harry stowed his trunk overhead, dropped into the window seat, and watched platform 9 3/4 slide away as the train lurched into motion. London blurred past. Then suburbs. Then countryside, green and rolling and impossibly alive. Harry pressed his hand against the glass and felt the cold of it, the realness. Hell didn't have seasons. Didn't have this kind of green. He'd seen it during the Diagon Alley trip, but this was different, sustained, endless, a world that just kept going. He'd been watching the fields for maybe 10 minutes when the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? A boy stood in the doorway, tall for 11, gangly, with red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He had a rat on his shoulder that looked half dead and an expression of hopeful desperation that said every other compartment was full. Everywhere else is packed. Go ahead, Harry said, gesturing to the seat across from him. The boy dropped in with obvious relief, the rat scrambling from his shoulder to his lap. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Morningstar. Ron's brow furrowed. He stared at Harry's face, and Harry could see the exact moment his eyes found the scar. The reaction was immediate. Ron's mouth fell open, his ears went red, and he leaned forward with an intensity that was almost comical. Hang on, you're not, are you Harry Potter? No, Harry said simply. I'm Harry Morningstar. I used to be Harry Potter, apparently. But that was a long time ago. Ron blinked rapidly, processing this. But, the scar, I have the scar, yeah. And I'm going to Hogwarts. But my name is Morningstar. That's my family. Morningstar, Ron repeated slowly. I don't know that name. Are you, Muggle-raised? Harry considered his options. He could ease into it. Be diplomatic, the way his mother wanted. Introduce the concept gradually, let people adjust. Or he could be himself. I was raised in hell, he said. Literally. My adoptive mother is Charlie Morningstar, Princess of Hell. My grandfather is Lucifer. Silence. Ron stared at him. The rat on his lap squeaked. Outside, a cow in a field went about its life, unbothered. You're having me on, Ron said. I'm not. You, Lucifer. Like, the Lucifer. The devil. He prefers Lucifer, actually. Or, King of Hell, if you're being formal. He's nice, though. Collects rubber ducks. Ron's mouth worked soundlessly. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Bloody hell. And I thought having 5 older brothers was weird. He leaned back, shaking his head. So you're telling me the boy who lived was raised by the actual devil? By his daughter. And her wife. And various reformed sinners. And the radio demon. Harry paused. It's a whole thing. The radio demon, Ron repeated faintly. Uncle Alastair. You'd like him. Actually no, you wouldn't. He's terrifying. But he's got great stories. Ron seemed to be having some kind of internal crisis, his freckled face cycling through emotions too quickly to track. Finally, he settled on something that looked like bewildered acceptance. Okay. Sure. Why not? Nothing about today has been normal anyway, Mom cried, the twins hexed Percy, and Ginny chased the train for a quarter-mile. At this point, demons are fine. Harry grinned. He liked this kid. There was something uncomplicated about Ron Weasley, a directness that reminded him a little of Vaggie, minus the violence. So what about you? 5 brothers. 6 siblings total. 5 brothers, 1 sister. Ron launched into a description of his family with the ease of someone who talked a lot and worried about being interesting. Harry listened, asked questions, and let Ron relax into the conversation. Within 15 minutes, Ron was gesturing wildly about Quidditch, some kind of flying sport that sounded absolutely insane, and had completely forgotten to be starstruck. This was one of Alastair's lessons in action: let people talk. They'd tell you everything if you just listened. The compartment door opened again. The bushy-haired girl from earlier stood there, already in her school robes, with an expression of determined inquiry. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Haven't seen one, Ron said. The girl's gaze moved to Harry. Stopped. She didn't stare at the scar, she stared at his eyes. Harry knew why. In certain light, if he wasn't careful about it, his eyes caught the hellfire, a faint red-gold shimmer behind the green that was visible if you knew what to look for. Most people didn't. This girl did. Your eyes are doing something, she said bluntly. Yeah, Harry said. They do that. Is it a medical condition or a magical one? Bit of both. He extended a hand. Harry Morningstar. She shook it with a firm grip that surprised him. Hermione Granger. I've read all our course books already, and I've read Hogwarts, a history twice, and I don't recall any mention of a Morningstar family in wizarding genealogy. You wouldn't. I'm not from a wizarding family. Muggleborn? Hellborn? Hermione stared at him. Then she glanced at Ron as if seeking confirmation of a joke. Ron shrugged enormously. He's serious, Ron said. Raised by demons. The whole thing. Hermione sat down without being invited, her forgotten toad search abandoned entirely. Explain. Everything. From the beginning. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it, she reminded him of Alastair in the worst way, that hunger for information, that absolute refusal to let an interesting thing pass unexplored. The short version. I died when I was about 3. Ended up in hell. Got adopted by the Princess of Hell. Grew up there. Got a Hogwarts letter. Here I am. That's not possible, Hermione said immediately. According to magical theory by Adalbert Waffling, the soul doesn't. I'm sitting right here, Harry pointed out. Pretty possible. But the mechanism, Hermione. Harry leaned forward, and let just a little of the hellfire warm his eyes, not threatening, just present. Just real. I know what I am. I know where I come from. You can ask me anything you want, but trying to tell me I'm not possible when I'm literally in front of you isn't going to get you very far. She closed her mouth. Opened it again. Closed it. Then, brilliantly, can you demonstrate something? Some kind of ability that's distinctly non-wizarding? Harry held up his right hand, palm open. Hellfire bloomed there, a small rose of red and gold flame that cast dancing shadows across the compartment walls. It wasn't hot, not unless he wanted it to be. Just light, and presence, and a gentle thrumming power that made the air taste of sulfur. Ron jerked backward in his seat. Hermione leaned closer. Fascinating, she breathed. That's not any form of documented wandless magic. The color spectrum is wrong, and there's no incantation, and, is that sulfur? Hellfire. Harry closed his fist and the flame vanished. It's a family thing. The devil's family, Ron added helpfully. He still looked a bit pale but was recovering with admirable speed. Hermione sat back, and Harry watched her process, saw the exact moment she decided that instead of rejecting this information, she would simply expand her framework to accommodate it. It took about 4 seconds. I have approximately 300 questions. I'll answer them, Harry said. But maybe over the term. We've got time. Deal. She stuck out her hand again. He shook it again. I think we're going to be friends, she said matter-of-factly. Agreed, Harry said, and meant it. The afternoon wore on. The train plunged deeper into Scotland, the countryside growing wilder and darker. A woman came around with a food trolley, and Harry bought one of everything because he'd never had wizard candy before and angel dust had made him promise to bring back the weird stuff. Ron produced smashed sandwiches from his bag and tried to pretend he wasn't eyeing Harry's pile of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's beans. Eat whatever you want, Harry said, shoving half the pile toward Ron. I don't even know what most of this is. You sure? My grandfather is literally the richest being in existence. I think I can afford some chocolate. Ron didn't need to be told twice. He tore into a chocolate frog with the enthusiasm of someone who didn't get treats often, and Harry filed that away, not as a weakness to exploit, the way Alastair would have, but as something to remember. As a way to be kind. Hermione had settled in permanently, her abandoned toad search entirely forgotten. She was quizzing Harry about Hell's social structure with the intensity of a doctoral student, and Harry answered between bites of something called a pumpkin pasty. So there's a hierarchy, she said, scribbling notes on a napkin. The Morningstar family at the top, then overlords, then, it's more complicated than that. The overlords don't technically answer to my grandfather. They have their own power bases, their own territories. It's like, imagine a feudal system, but everyone involved could destroy cities, and the only thing keeping them in check is mutually assured destruction. And the hotel? Mom's project. Redemption for sinners, helping demons earn their way into heaven. Harry smiled. It works, actually. People thought she was crazy, but it works. Redemption, Hermione murmured, and something in her expression shifted to thoughtful. The compartment door slammed open. Harry didn't flinch. Didn't reach for his wand or summon fire. He simply turned his head and looked at the boy standing in the doorway, pale, pointed face, blonde hair slicked back with more product than an 11-year-old should own. Flanked by 2 larger boys who had clearly been selected for their size rather than their conversation skills. Is it true? The blonde boy said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment. So, which one is he? Harry recognized the type immediately. Alastair had taught him about this, people who led with aggression because they'd been taught that status was something you seized rather than something you earned. The boy was performing. The squared shoulders, the lifted chin, the 2 goons for backup. It was theater, and not very good theater. That'd be me, Harry said easily. Though the name is Morningstar now. Who are you? The boy's eyes swept over Harry, assessing, cataloging. He lingered on the scar, then moved to Harry's clothes, not robes yet. He was wearing a dark jacket from home that Vaggie had reinforced with protective sigils. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a sound that was half cough, half laugh. Draco's head snapped toward him. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry with the air of someone offering a great favor. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. In hell, offers like this came with teeth. With hidden costs. With power plays so layered you needed a map to navigate them. Draco Malfoy's offer was laughably transparent, a child's imitation of politics, learned from a parent who probably thought themselves clever. Harry didn't take the hand. He didn't slap it away either. He just looked at Draco with an expression of genuine, uncomplicated calm. Draco, he said. I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to really hear it. Draco blinked, wrong-footed by the tone. I was raised by the Princess of Hell. My uncle is the radio demon, an entity so powerful that overlords cross the street to avoid him. My grandfather is Lucifer Morningstar, the Morning Star, the first fallen, the king of all damnation. Harry's voice didn't rise. His expression didn't change. But the air in the compartment grew heavy, just a touch, just enough. The hellfire in his blood responded to his will and the temperature shifted 1 degree warmer. I don't say this to frighten you. I say it because you just walked in here and tried to rank me in your little hierarchy. Tried to tell me who's worth my time. He leaned forward slightly. There isn't a hierarchy on this train that includes me, Draco. I'm outside of it. Completely. So when I choose my friends, he glanced at Ron and Hermione, both of whom were watching with wide eyes. I choose them because I like them. Not because of their blood, or their money, or their family name. Draco's face had gone from pale to flushed to pale again. His extended hand hung in the air, forgotten. You seem like you could be interesting, Harry continued, settling back. But not like this. Not when you're performing your father's script. Come find me when you have something original to say. The silence stretched. Draco's jaw worked. His goons shifted uncertainly behind him, clearly lost without a cue. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in Draco's gray eyes. Something that might have been curiosity, or might have been the first crack in a very carefully constructed mask. Then his face closed. He straightened his robes with sharp, jerky movements. You'll regret that, Potter. Morningstar, Harry corrected mildly. And I won't. Draco turned and left. His goons followed. The door slid shut. Silence held for 3 beats. Bloody hell, Ron said. That was, bloody hell. Did the temperature actually change in here? Hermione asked, looking around the compartment. I'm not imagining that, am I? Little bit. Harry shrugged. It happens when I'm making a point. Sorry. Don't be sorry, Ron said, grinning now. That was the best thing I've ever seen. Did you see his face? Harry allowed himself a small smile. He hadn't enjoyed it, exactly. Draco was a child, same as him, and there was no sport in overwhelming a child. But the lesson was important. If he let people establish the wrong dynamic early, it would haunt the entire year. Alastor had taught him that. First impressions were the foundation everything else was built on. He's going to be a problem, Hermione observed. Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe he'll think about what I said. Could go either way. You genuinely meant that, she said, watching him closely. The part about him being interesting. You weren't just being diplomatic. I wasn't. He's got spark. It's just buried under a lot of bad training. Harry stretched, lacing his hands behind his head. People can change. That's literally what my family's whole deal is. Hermione's expression was unreadable for a moment. Then she nodded, and turned back to her napkin notes, and the conversation shifted to safer topics like what houses they might be sorted into. Night fell. The train slowed. Harry changed into his school robes in the compartment while Ron and Hermione stepped out. The black fabric was heavier than expected, the Hogwarts crest gleaming on the chest. He kept his wand holster, tucking his sleeve over it. The ring from Lucifer glinted on his finger. A voice echoed through the train, "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." Harry stepped into the corridor and found it packed with students, all pressing toward the doors. He let himself be carried in the flow, Ron at his elbow and Hermione just ahead, and when the train finally stopped and the doors opened, he stepped out into cold Scottish night air and stopped breathing for a moment. The castle. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like something from a dream, towers and turrets silhouetted against the starlit sky, windows glowing warm gold, reflected in a vast black lake that stretched before it. It was enormous. Ancient. And it was awake. Harry could feel it, the way he felt the hotel's awareness sometimes, a building so old and so saturated with magic that it had developed something like consciousness. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. A massive shape loomed at the end of the platform, a man so large he seemed to belong to a different species, with a wild tangle of hair and beard and eyes that crinkled with warmth. Harry followed the other first-years toward him, and the giant man counted heads with a lantern held high. "Everyone here. Right then, follow me." They followed a steep, narrow path downhill through trees. The lake appeared suddenly, stretching wide and dark, and a fleet of small boats bobbed at a wooden dock. "No more and 4 to a boat," the giant man called. Harry climbed into a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom and immediately asked if anyone had seen his toad. Hermione winced guiltily. The boats moved of their own accord, gliding across the black water toward the castle. As they rounded a bend, Hogwarts appeared in full, every window lit, every tower reaching toward the stars, and the sheer size of it struck Harry again. It wasn't as large as his grandfather's palace in hell, but it had something the palace didn't: warmth. Welcome. The castle wanted them here. Harry could feel it. They docked, climbed more stairs than seemed reasonable, and were herded through an enormous pair of oak doors into an entrance hall so large the entire Hazbin Hotel could have fit inside it. Candles floated overhead. Portraits on the walls moved and whispered. The stone floor hummed with centuries of accumulated magic. A witch met them at the top of a marble staircase, tall, severe, with a pointed hat and an expression that suggested she did not tolerate foolishness. Professor McGonagall, Harry assumed. The woman who'd signed his letter. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice carried the crispness of authority. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be like your family." Harry thought of his family and smiled. McGonagall explained the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and left them to wait. Immediately, nervous whispers broke out among the first-years. Harry stood calmly in the middle of the chaos, hands in his robe pockets, watching. "How do they sort us?" Ron hissed. "Fred said something about wrestling a troll, but he's full of it. It's a hat," Hermione whispered. "I read about it. The sorting hat. It reads your mind and places you." "Reads your mind?" Harry said, interest piqued. "Supposedly. It was made by the founders, it's over 1,000 years old." Harry considered this. 1,000-year-old telepathic artifact. That was going to try to read his mind. The mind of someone who'd grown up in hell, been trained by Alastor in mental discipline, and carried both wizard magic and hellfire in his soul. This was going to be fun. McGonagall returned. "They're ready for you. Form a line and follow me." They filed through a pair of enormous doors, and Harry's first impression of the great hall was sky. The ceiling was bewitched to look like the night outside, stars and clouds drifting overhead in a perfect illusion that made the room feel infinite. Below that, 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students who all turned to watch the first years enter. At the far end, a high table held the teachers. Harry's eyes swept the staff table with trained precision. An old man in the center, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep purple. That had to be Dumbledore, the headmaster. Beside him, a tiny wizard who barely reached the table. A severe-looking woman in black. A man in a turban who, Harry's scar burned. Not badly. Not like an injury. But a sudden, sharp pulse of heat right behind the lightning bolt mark, like a warning bell struck once and then silenced. Harry's hand twitched toward his forehead but he forced it down. His eyes stayed on the man in the turban, pale, nervous-looking, with a twitch in his movements that didn't match the bland smile on his face. Something was wrong with that man. Something lived behind his eyes that didn't belong there. Harry filed it away and kept walking. A stool stood before the high table with a ratty old hat sitting on it. The hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry listened with half an ear, something about the four houses and their qualities, while scanning the rest of the staff table. A man in black robes with greasy hair and a hooked nose was staring directly at Harry with an intensity that bordered on aggression. Dark eyes, unreadable expression, but the emotion behind it was complex. Not hatred, exactly. Something older. Something that looked like it hurt. The song ended. McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. Abbott, Hannah. The sorting began. Harry watched students approach one by one, some confident, most terrified, and the hat would sit on their heads for anywhere from 2 seconds to 2 minutes before shouting a house name. The tables cheered. It was ritual, comfortable and ancient. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, practically jamming the hat onto her head. It sat there for nearly a minute, long enough that whispers started, before shouting, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed and rushed to the red and gold table. Names continued. Longbottom went to Gryffindor. Malfoy went to Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Morningstar, Harry. The hall went dead silent. Not the gradual hush of interest, dead silent, instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch. And then the whispers erupted, explosive and impossible to contain. Did she say Morningstar? That's Harry Potter, look at the scar, Morningstar like, surely not, it can't be. Harry walked to the stool without hurrying. He didn't look at the whispering students. He looked straight ahead, posture easy, expression calm. He sat on the stool, and McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. Silence. Then, oh my. A voice inside his mind. Old, dusty, genuinely startled. Harry didn't flinch. Hi, he thought back. You must be the hat. I am. And you must be, well. I'm not entirely sure what you are. This is unprecedented. Harry felt the hat's consciousness brush against his mind, tentative, curious. It was a strange sensation, not unpleasant. Lighter than he expected. Nothing like the psychic weight of Alastor's attention. I'm Harry Morningstar, he thought clearly. I'm a wizard, and also the Prince of Hell. I'm told you need to put me in a house. Prince of Hell. The hat's voice was faint, awed. I've sorted 1,000 years of students and never, the things in your mind, child. The things you've seen. The beings who raised you. They're my family. Yes. I can see that. I can see the love, oh, there's so much love here. Your mother, she shines like a sun. And the others, complicated, dangerous, but genuine in their care for you. The hat paused. You're not afraid. Of anything in this room, anything in this castle. You carry power that most wizards couldn't comprehend. I'm not here to intimidate anyone. I'm here to learn. Brave. And true. There's cunning in you, oh, tremendous cunning. The radio demon's training runs deep. You could do extraordinary things in Slytherin. I could do extraordinary things anywhere, Harry thought, not arrogantly. Just factually. Ha! True enough. And the intelligence, Ravenclaw would feast on a mind like yours. But no. No, I see it now. The core of you. The thing that drives everything else. Harry waited. You want to be good, the hat said softly. Not powerful, you already are. Not clever, you already are. You want to be genuinely, fiercely good. Despite where you came from. Because of where you came from. You want to prove that hell can raise something righteous. Harry's throat tightened. He'd never put it in those words, but, yeah, he thought. I do. Then there's only one place for you. Gryffindor. The hat shouted it to the hall, and Harry pulled it off his head to a wall of sound, the Gryffindor table exploding in cheers, stamping feet, the Weasley twins he'd seen earlier standing up and chanting, "We got Morningstar. We got Morningstar." The other tables reacted too, confused murmurs, open staring, a few people at the Slytherin table exchanging dark looks. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and slid in beside Hermione, who grabbed his arm with unconstrained excitement. I knew it. I just knew it. Was there ever any doubt? He grinned at her, then looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him with an expression of pleasant neutrality that didn't quite reach his eyes. Those bright blue eyes were calculating, assessing, filing information away. The greasy-haired professor in black looked like he'd been slapped. The man in the turban wasn't looking at Harry at all, which was somehow more concerning than if he had been. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor minutes later. He collapsed into the seat beside Harry with a whoosh of relief. Thank God. I thought it might put me in Hufflepuff, nothing wrong with it, but my brothers would never let me live it down. Glad you're here, Harry said, and meant it. The feast appeared on golden plates, roast beef, chicken, mountains of potatoes, vegetables in every preparation, pies and sauces and bread still warm from the oven. Harry ate with genuine appetite. The food in hell was fine, good, even, but there was something about mortal food that hit different. It was simpler. More honest. Around him, conversation flowed. Older students introduced themselves, a prefect named Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, pompous but well-meaning, a ghost called Nearly Headless Nick who tried to show off his near decapitation and seemed miffed when Harry was unimpressed. I've seen actual decapitations, Harry said apologetically. Sorry. Occupational hazard of growing up where I did. Nick looked intrigued rather than offended. And where exactly was that, young man? Hell. Nick drifted away without another word, looking deeply thoughtful. The feast wound down. Dumbledore stood, impossibly tall and impossibly old, radiating the particular authority of someone who had earned it through sheer accumulation of years and power. He gave a short speech, words that were probably important, something about forbidden corridors and forests and a painful death, but Harry's attention snagged on one thing. The third-floor corridor. Forbidden. Out of bounds. Alastair's voice in his head, forbidden things are only forbidden because someone wants to keep them for themselves. Harry tucked that information away. And now, Dumbledore said, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Harry watched in mild disbelief as the entire Great Hall sang a cacophonous song to different tunes simultaneously. It was terrible. It was wonderful. Charlie would have loved it. Then they were moving, following Percy the prefect up shifting staircases and through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves, past portraits that whispered and suits of armor that creaked. Gryffindor Tower hid behind a portrait of a fat lady who demanded a password, Caput Draconis, and then they were inside a common room of squashy armchairs and crackling fire, everything draped in red and gold. Harry's colors. His mother's colors. He hadn't thought about that until now, Gryffindor's palette matching the hellfire he carried. It felt like a sign. The first-year boys' dormitory was a round room at the top of a tower, 5 four-poster beds with deep red curtains, trunks already delivered. Harry found his bed by the window. He sat on it and looked out at the Hogwarts grounds, silvered by moonlight. The lake. The forest. Mountains in the distance. "All right there, Harry." Ron called from his bed, already half buried in blankets. "Yeah." Harry pulled off his shoes, set his wand on the bedside table, and lay back against pillows that were absurdly comfortable. "Yeah, I'm good." He should have slept. It was late, and tomorrow was the first day of classes, and rational people rested before new challenges. But Harry Morningstar was not entirely rational. He lay in the dark, listening to his dormmates breathing slow and deepen, and thought about the man in the turban. About the way his scar had pulsed. About the forbidden third-floor corridor. About the way Dumbledore's eyes had calculated. About the way the greasy-haired professor had looked at him like seeing a ghost. He thought about all of it, and he smiled in the darkness. Not a nice smile, a Laster's smile, the one that meant I see a game, and I'm going to play it. Sleep could wait an hour. He sat up, pulled the curtains around his bed, and cupped his hand. Hellfire bloomed in his palm, small, contained, barely a candle's worth. He held it up and examined his new surroundings by its red-gold light. His trunk at the foot of the bed. His books stacked neatly. His robes hung on the bedpost. And the Hogwarts letter, tucked into his jacket pocket. He pulled it out and read it one more time. "Dear Mr. Morningstar, we are pleased to inform you." "Pleased," Harry murmured. "I bet you are." He extinguished the fire, lay back down, and let sleep take him. He woke before dawn. Old habit, in hell, sleeping too long left you vulnerable. He was dressed and downstairs in the common room before any other Gryffindor stirred, and he used the quiet to explore. The common room was different in early morning light. Softer. The fire had burned to embers, and pale grey dawn crept through the tower windows. Harry ran his fingers along the stone walls and felt the castle's magic thrum beneath his touch, ancient, layered, dozens of enchantments woven together over centuries. He pressed his palm flat against the stone. "Morning," he said quietly. The wall warmed under his hand. Just slightly. Just enough to notice. Harry grinned. Thought so. He left the tower before the fat lady was fully awake. "Do you know what time it is, young man?" and made his way through the castle. It was vast, corridors branching and reconnecting, staircases that moved when they felt like it, entire wings that seemed to exist only when you weren't looking directly at them. Harry navigated by instinct and the faint pull of the castle's magic, which seemed happy to guide him. By the time other students started trickling toward breakfast, Harry had mapped half the ground floor, found 3 hidden passages, and accidentally discovered a bathroom that appeared to be haunted by a sobbing ghost who shrieked and dove into a toilet when he opened the door. He slid into the great hall as the first owls were arriving with morning post. The ceiling showed a clear September sky, blue and endless, and the enchanted candles had been replaced with morning sunlight that streamed through tall windows. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, pulled a plate of toast toward him, and was 2 bites in when someone sat down across from him. Not Ron. Not Hermione. The greasy-haired professor. Harry looked up, toast halfway to his mouth, and met the man's dark eyes. Up close, the professor was younger than he'd seemed at a distance, maybe mid-30s, but worn in a way that added decades. His expression was complicated, layers of emotion held behind rigid control. "Mr. Morningstar." The name came out stiffly, as if the professor had to force it past some internal resistance. His voice was low, silky, with a cutting edge beneath. "I am Professor Snape. I teach potions." "Professor." Harry set down his toast. "Can I help you?" Snape stared at him. Really stared, not at the scar, but at his face. His features. Harry could almost feel the man cataloging resemblances, searching for something. You have your mother's eyes, Snape said, and the words sounded like they'd been dragged from him with hooks. Harry went still. You knew my birth mother? Something spasmed in Snape's face. Lily Evans. Yes. I knew her. He stopped. Started again. I knew her. The silence between them was loaded with everything Snape wasn't saying. Harry could read people, Alastor had made sure of that, and what he read in Snape was grief so old it had become structural. Part of his foundation. The man was built on loss. I'd like to hear about her sometime, Harry said. If you'd be willing. Snape's jaw tightened. You were raised in hell. Yes. By demons. By my family. Your mother, Lily, she would have. Snape stopped himself with visible effort. His hands, flat on the table, curled into fists and released. This is not the conversation I intended to have. What conversation did you intend? Snape looked at him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to both satisfy and devastate him in equal measure. Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Morningstar. I expect competence in my class, regardless of your unorthodox upbringing. You'll get it, Harry said. Snape stood abruptly, robes swirling, and left without another word. Harry watched him go, chewing his toast thoughtfully. That had been revealing. Snape had loved his birth mother, that much was obvious. And he blamed himself for something related to her death. Guilt and grief, tangled together in a knot that had been tightening for 10 years. Harry thought about telling Charlie. She'd want to help, she always wanted to help. Redemption was her purpose, and Snape clearly needed it. But not yet. Harry needed to understand this world better before he started trying to fix its broken people. Even his mother would agree with that much. Students were filling the hall now. Ron dropped into the seat beside Harry, still half asleep, red hair sticking up in 4 directions. Hermione appeared moments later, already organized, schedule in hand. We have transfiguration first, she announced. Then charms, and potions after lunch. Harry, why was Professor Snape talking to you? He knew my birth mother, Harry said. He looked upset, Hermione observed. He is upset. Has been for about 10 years, I think. Ron piled sausages onto his plate with the focus of someone who considered breakfast a competitive sport. Snape's the head of Slytherin. He hates everyone who isn't in his house. Don't take it personally. He doesn't hate me, Harry said, certain of it. It's more complicated than that. The Morning Post owls swept in, hundreds of them, filling the air with wings and dropped parcels. Harry didn't expect anything, so he was surprised when a raven, not an owl, a raven, black and enormous and radiating faint static, dropped onto the table in front of him. It carried a small envelope in its beak. Red paper. No address. Harry took it, and the raven dissolved into shadow and was gone. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. What the? Harry opened the envelope. Inside, a card in Alastor's distinct handwriting, Art Deco, precise, with tiny radio wave doodles in the margins. My dear boy, Day 1. Make it count. Remember, arrive, don't announce. P.S. I've arranged a small surprise for your first potions class. Consider it a gift. You'll know it when you see it. Your affectionate uncle, A. Harry read it twice, then set it on fire with a small flick of hellfire. The paper burned to nothing in seconds, leaving no ash. Your uncle sends you mail via Shadow Raven, Hermione said. And you just burned it. Standard operating procedure. Harry stood, grabbing his bag. Come on. Transfiguration. Let's see what wizard magic looks like. Transfiguration was taught by Professor McGonagall, who turned out to be precisely as strict and brilliant as her letter had suggested. She opened the class by transforming her desk into a pig and back again, which earned gasps from most students and a thoughtful nod from Harry. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she told them. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to turning matches into needles, a basic exercise in transformation that most students struggled with for the full hour. Harry looked at his match, thought about what Alastair had said about magic responding to will, and focused. The match shivered. Then it shifted, wood to metal, sulfur tip to needle point, cleanly and completely on his first try. McGonagall appeared at his desk within seconds. She picked up the needle, examined it, and looked at Harry over her spectacles with an expression he couldn't quite read. Have you performed transfiguration before, Mr. Morningstar? No, Professor. But I've done other kinds of transformation. What kind? Hellfire-based energy manipulation. Different mechanism, but the principle is similar, imposing your will on matter to change its form. The class had gone very quiet. McGonagall set the needle down precisely. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. For a perfect first attempt. She paused. And do try to challenge yourself, Mr. Morningstar. This class won't hold your interest if you don't push beyond the basics. Yes, Professor. Harry met her gaze steadily. I intend to. Something like approval flickered in her stern expression before she moved on. Hermione, beside him, had gone slightly pink with the effort of turning her own match. She'd managed to make it silver but not change its shape. Harry leaned over. Don't force it, he murmured. You're thinking too hard about the mechanics. Magic isn't a formula, it's a conversation. Ask the match to change, don't tell it. Hermione gave him a look. Then she tried again, and the match transformed into a perfect needle. Her face lit up. That's not in any textbook, she whispered. No, Harry agreed. It's not. Charms was taught by a tiny professor called Flitwick, who toppled off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name on the roll call and had to be helped up by the front row. The class itself was theory-heavy on the first day, but Harry enjoyed it. The structure of charm work was elegant, mathematical in a way that appealed to the part of him that appreciated Alastair's precision. Then came potions. The dungeon classroom was cold, intentionally, Harry suspected. Cold kept you alert. The walls were lined with jars of floating specimens that would have been tame in Hell's apothecaries. Snape swept in like a bat descending on its prey, robes billowing behind him, and began the class without preamble. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making, he said, his soft voice carrying in the silence. His dark eyes swept the room. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. His gaze landed on Harry. Stayed there. Morningstar. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry answered without hesitation. Draught of living death. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death perfectly. He paused. In Hell, we call it second rest. The hotel residents use a version of it for insomnia. Snape's eye twitched. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat. Universal poison antidote, or close to it. Doesn't work on everything, but it's a solid emergency measure. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Same plant. Also called aconite. Used in werewolf-related potions, if I remember the textbook correctly. Harry met Snape's gaze calmly. I read ahead. Snape stared at him for a 3 count. Something twitched at the corner of his mouth, not quite a smile, but not quite displeasure either. Well. It seems fame hasn't gone entirely to your head. He swept away. Why aren't you all copying this down? The class scrambled for quills. Ron shot Harry an impressed look. Hermione was already writing, but she spared a grin. They were set to brewing a simple boil-cure potion, basic, straightforward, the kind of thing Harry could have done in his sleep after watching the hotel's residents mix far more dangerous concoctions. He worked methodically, precisely, letting the rhythm of the work take over. Halfway through, he noticed it. His cauldron was doing something extra. The potion was supposed to be a flat, unremarkable green. His was green, but with a depth of color that the others lacked, a richness that caught the dungeon's candlelight and shifted. The surface moved in slow, hypnotic spirals that shouldn't have been possible with a simple boil cure. Alastair's surprise, Harry thought. But no, this wasn't external. This was his magic. His hellfire-infused magic mingling with the potion in a way that shouldn't work but did. The potion was better than it should have been. More potent. Alive. Snape noticed. Of course he did. He appeared behind Harry without a sound, impressive, actually, to sneak up on someone with Harry's awareness, and looked into the cauldron. His face went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: surprise, fascination, and something that looked almost hungry. "What did you do differently?" Snape asked, low enough that only Harry heard. "Nothing I'm aware of, sir. I followed the instructions exactly. The color isn't right." "It's better than right." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Your magic. It's contaminating, no. Enhancing the base. Is that a problem?" Snape was quiet for a moment. "No," he said finally. "It's not a problem. It's unprecedented." He straightened. "Full marks, Mr. Morningstar." He swept away, and Harry felt a small flush of satisfaction that had nothing to do with the grade. Potions, it turned out, was basically cooking, and he'd watched Alastair cook often enough to know that the best results came from putting yourself into the work. Apparently, putting yourself into the work when you were the Prince of Hell meant something a bit more literal. Across the dungeon, Neville Longbottom's cauldron melted into a puddle, and Snape descended on the poor boy like a storm. Harry winced in sympathy. The first week established a rhythm. Classes in the morning, transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, taught by a ghost so boring that even Harry's trained attention wandered, herbology, astronomy. Harry excelled in everything that was practical and struggled only with history of magic, which was pure memorization of dates he'd never encountered before. He wrote home every other day, compromised with Charlie, and received responses that ranged from Charlie's enthusiastic 5-page letters full of questions and smiley faces to Vaggy's terse but warm single paragraphs to Alastair's cryptic notes via Shadow Raven. Angel sent him a package of snacks from hell that Harry had to hide from his dorm mates because some of them were sentient. Husk sent a flask that turned out to contain apple cider, non-alcoholic. There was a note that said, "Your mom inspected this." Lucifer sent 3 more rubber ducks. One was dressed as a wizard. What surprised Harry most was how normal it all felt. The rhythm of school life: wake up, eat, learn more, explore, eat again, sleep, was comforting in its predictability. Hell was many things, but predictable wasn't one of them. Here, things followed rules. Schedules. Expectations. He liked it. He also liked that, by the end of the first week, most students had stopped staring at him. The whispers still happened, Morningstar passed between lips in every corridor, but they were becoming background noise. People were getting used to him. Not everyone, though. "You're being watched," Hermione told him on Friday evening, the 3 of them sprawled across armchairs in the common room. "By the staff, I mean. Have you noticed?" "Since the first night," Harry confirmed. He was reading ahead in their defense against the dark arts textbook, which was pedestrian but occasionally useful. "Dumbledore's been tracking my movements. The castle tells me," the portraits report to him. "The castle tells you?" Ron looked up from his half-finished charms essay. "The building has a kind of awareness. Old magic, built up over centuries. It's similar to the hotel, places absorb the energy of the people in them over time. Hogwarts is friendly." Harry shrugged. I can feel when it's paying extra attention to me. That's not normal, mate, Ron said. I'm not normal. Fair point. Hermione was frowning in that way that meant she was 3 steps ahead in her thinking. Dumbledore is watching you because he doesn't know what to make of you. You're an unknown quantity, raised outside the wizarding world, outside the mortal world, with power he can't categorize. Probably. That makes you a threat, in his eyes. Probably, Harry said again, unconcerned. Doesn't that worry you? Harry closed his book and looked at Hermione directly. My uncle is the radio demon. One of the most powerful overlords in hell. He taught me to never be worried about someone watching me, because if they're watching, they're not acting. It's when they stop watching that you should pay attention. He smiled. Dumbledore is being careful. That's smart. I respect it. But he's not a threat to me, and I'm not a threat to him, and eventually he'll figure that out. And if he doesn't? Ron asked. Harry's smile didn't change, but something behind it shifted, just enough that both his friends noticed. Then I'll have a conversation with him. And he'll understand. The fire crackled. Outside the tower windows, night settled over the grounds. Defense against the dark arts tomorrow, Hermione said, changing the subject with deliberate lightness. Professor Quirrell. He seems nervous. Harry thought about the turban. About his scar pulsing. About the wrongness he'd felt radiating from the man. Yeah, he said. He does. Saturday brought no classes, but it brought a discovery. Harry was exploring the 7th floor. He'd been systematically mapping the castle all week, when he felt it. A door. Not a physical one, there was nothing visible on the stretch of wall he was passing. But his senses, tuned to magic the way an instrument is tuned to a frequency, pinged hard. He stopped. Pressed his hand to the stone. The wall was warm, warmer than it should have been, pulsing gently with something alive and attentive. You're hiding something, Harry murmured. The wall didn't respond. But the magic inside it shifted, curious, almost playful. Harry filed it away. Another mystery for another day. This castle was full of them, and he had 7 years to uncover them all. He was heading back toward Gryffindor Tower when a voice stopped him. Mr. Morningstar. A word, if you please. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood at the end of the corridor, and Harry hadn't heard him approach, hadn't felt him, which was impressive and concerning in equal measure. The old wizard smiled genially, hands clasped before him, every inch the benevolent headmaster. But his eyes were sharp. Blue and sharp and ancient. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. Good morning. Good morning indeed. I wonder if you might join me for a cup of tea. My office is just nearby. He gestured to a gargoyle statue that Harry was fairly certain hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. This was not a casual invitation. Harry recognized the move: isolate, engage, assess. Alastor did the same thing, just with more obvious teeth. I'd love to, Harry said, because refusing would tell Dumbledore he had something to hide, and he didn't. Dumbledore's office was extraordinary, circular, full of whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits and a magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand. The bird lifted its head when Harry entered and let out a single, clear note that resonated in Harry's chest. Fawkes likes you, Dumbledore observed, settling behind his desk. He's an excellent judge of character. Harry extended his hand toward the phoenix. Fawkes leaned into his touch, warm feathers impossibly soft. The phoenix's fire felt similar to Harry's own, not the same, but kin. Related energies. We have something in common, Harry said to the bird. The fire thing. Fawkes trilled agreement. Dumbledore watched this exchange with undisguised interest. He poured tea from a pot that appeared from nowhere, actually conjured, Harry noted, not summoned. The old man's wandless magic was casual and immense. I confess, Dumbledore said, handing Harry a cup, that when your acceptance letter was sent, I had some concerns. The address alone was unprecedented. Hell's a real place, Professor. I know that's inconvenient for people's worldviews, but it doesn't change the fact. Oh, I don't doubt it for a moment. I am old enough to have encountered many things that stretch the boundaries of conventional understanding. Dumbledore sipped his tea. What concerns me is not where you were raised, Harry. It's who you were raised by. My mother is a good person. I don't doubt that either. By all accounts, and I have done research, Charlie Morningstar's mission of redemption is genuine and laudable. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but beneath the twinkle was something harder. But you were not raised only by her, were you? No. I was raised by many people. Some of them dangerous. All of them family. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze without wavering. Is this the part where you tell me you're worried about my influences? This is the part where I ask you a question, and hope for an honest answer. Ask. What do you want, Harry? Here. At Hogwarts. In the wizarding world. Harry considered the question seriously. He owed Dumbledore that much. The man was clearly not evil, not manipulative in a malicious sense, but he was a chess player. He was trying to determine which piece Harry was. I want to learn magic, Harry said. I want to understand where I came from. And I want to be someone my mother is proud of. Which mother? Both. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, one that reached his eyes. A worthy ambition. And far less concerning than some I've heard from first years. He set down his tea. You are welcome here, Harry. Fully and without reservation. But I will be honest with you, as you have been with me, I will be watching. Not because I distrust you, but because I have a responsibility to every student in this castle. And you are unique. I know. Harry stood, tea finished. I respect that, Professor. I won't give you a reason to worry. I believe you. Dumbledore rose as well, and there was something in his expression that looked almost wistful. Your mother, Lily, she had that same quality. That directness. That refusal to play games. People keep telling me I have her eyes. You do. And more than that, I think. Dumbledore walked him to the door. One more thing, Harry. Yes. The third-floor corridor is out of bounds for very good reason. I trust you'll respect that. Harry thought about lying. About performing ignorance, playing the innocent first year. But Dumbledore was watching him with those ancient eyes, and Harry was done performing for anyone. I'll stay out of it, he said. Unless there's a reason not to. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Fair enough. Good day, Mr. Morningstar. Good day, Professor. Harry left the office and made it halfway down the corridor before he allowed himself to grin. Dumbledore was smart, powerful, and playing a game that Harry couldn't fully see yet. But he wasn't an enemy. He was a cautious ally, feeling out the boundaries. Good. Harry could work with that. He headed back to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron and Hermione were waiting, and dinner after that, and tomorrow defense against the dark arts with the man whose turban made Harry's scar burn. The game was just getting started. Chapter 3, Crown and Wand Defense against the dark arts smelled wrong. Harry noticed at the moment he crossed the threshold, a faint undercurrent beneath the garlic that Professor Quirrell had strung everywhere, something rotten and familiar that triggered memories of the worst parts of Pentagram City. The deep streets. The places even Charlie didn't go willingly, where things older than the current regime festered in the dark. Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, turban slightly askew, fingers twitching against his desk. He smiled at the entering students with the nervous energy of a man constantly bracing for something to go wrong. Harry sat in the second row. Not the front, too obvious. Not the back, too far to observe properly. Second row, center left, with clear sightlines to both the professor and the door. Vaggy's training. "Gee, good morning, class," Quirrell said, his stutter pronounced and deliberate. Today we'll be covering some basic defensive theory," Harry's scar pulsed. Not painfully. Just a single throb of warmth, like a heartbeat in the wrong place. It happened every time Quirrell turned toward him, he'd noticed. Every time the back of the turban faced his direction. Something behind the fabric. Something inside it. Harry kept his face neutral and opened his textbook. The class itself was disappointing. Quirrell's teaching style was scattered, his confidence non-existent, and the material so basic that Harry could have taught it better at age 8. The other students seemed equally underwhelmed. Ron was doodling, Hermione was reading 3 chapters ahead, and even Neville, who struggled with most practical magic, looked bored. But Harry wasn't bored. He was hunting. He watched Quirrell the way Alastor had taught him to watch prey, not with his eyes alone but with every sense, tracking the rhythm of the man's movements, the patterns in his stutter, the moments when the nervousness slipped. And it did slip. Tiny flickers, a sharpness in Quirrell's gaze that lasted half a second, a stillness that replaced the twitching when he thought no one was looking. 2 people lived in that body. Harry was certain of it. After class, he lingered. Let the other students file out while he took his time packing his bag. Quirrell glanced at him, and there it was again, the scar pulsing, warm and insistent. "Is something I can help you with, Mr. Morningstar?" Quirrell asked. Harry straightened, bag over his shoulder, and looked directly at the turban. Not at Quirrell's face, at the turban. Deliberately. Pointedly. "No, Professor," he said. "Just admiring the garlic. Interesting decorating choice." He left. Behind him, he felt something, not Quirrell's watery nervousness but something else, something cold and intelligent, press against his scar like a finger testing a bruise. "I see you," Harry thought, not bothering to shield it. "And you're not subtle." The pressure vanished. "Something's wrong with Quirrell," Harry told Ron and Hermione at lunch. He said it flatly, between bites of shepherd's pie, the way you might say, "It's raining." Hermione set down her fork. "Wrong how?" "There's something in his turban. Or behind it. Another presence, something powerful and dark. My scar reacts to it every time he faces me." Ron looked vaguely nauseous. "Something in his turban? Like what?" "Don't know yet. But it knows about me. It was probing, testing the scar, trying to read me through it." "Could it?" Hermione asked sharply. "No. The hellfire in my blood burned the connection before it got anywhere. But it tried." Harry speared a piece of carrot with more force than necessary. "I don't like being probed." "Should we tell someone?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore?" Harry considered it. "Dumbledore hired him. Either he doesn't know, or he knows and has a reason for keeping Quirrell here. Both options were concerning. I'll handle it myself for now. Keep watching, keep learning. Whatever's in that turban isn't going anywhere fast. And if it does?" Hermione pressed. Harry looked at her. Let the hellfire warm his eyes just enough to be visible, red gold flickering behind green. "Then I deal with it." Hermione held his gaze, then nodded once. "Okay. But we're helping." "Obviously," Ron said. "That's what friends do, mate. Even when the problem is apparently a possessed professor." Harry felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't realized was tight. Friends. Real ones, who didn't flinch, who stepped toward danger instead of away from it. Charlie would be so proud. The weeks slid past like water. Harry found his rhythm. Morning runs around the lake, faster than any 11-year-old should be, powered by a metabolism that ran partially on hellfire. Classes, where he excelled without visible effort in everything practical and put in genuine work for the theoretical subjects. Evenings in the common room with Ron and Hermione, doing homework that ranged from trivial to genuinely challenging. Nights exploring the castle, mapping its secrets, building his understanding of this ancient building that seemed to like him. His reputation solidified in layers. The first years knew him as Harry, quiet confidence, easy humor, genuinely helpful when someone struggled with a spell. The older students knew him as Morningstar, the kid with fire that wasn't normal, the one who'd stared down Malfoy on the train, the boy who lived reborn as something nobody could categorize. The professors knew him as a prodigy with power they couldn't explain and manners they couldn't fault. Only Snape remained complicated. The potions professor was cold to everyone, icier to Gryffindors as a rule, but with Harry, the coldness had fractures. Moments where Snape would catch himself staring and look away too quickly. Times when his criticism had an edge of something that wasn't malice, disappointment, maybe grief. The ongoing wound of seeing Lily's eyes in a face that had been shaped by hell. Harry let him be. Snape wasn't ready for a real conversation yet, and Harry had patience to spare. It was mid-October when things shifted. Harry was leaving Charms, they'd been practicing levitation, and Harry had floated Professor Flitwick's entire desk without meaning to, earning 10 points and a slightly nervous round of applause, when he felt the castle change. A tremor through the stone. Not physical, magical. Something had entered Hogwarts that didn't belong. Something big and stupid and angry. He stopped in the corridor, hand pressed to the wall. Ron walked into him. "Oi, what, something's in the castle," Harry said. "Something alive. Big." "What?" "How do you?" The smell hit them a moment later. Rank, overwhelming, like a garbage dump animated and given legs. Ron gagged. Hermione covered her nose with her robe. "Oh, that's foul," she said. "What is that?" Students were filtering past them toward the great hall for the Halloween feast, chattering and oblivious. Harry moved against the current, following the wrongness in the castle's magic. "Harry, the feast," Ron started. "Something's wrong." Harry was already walking, drawn by the castle's distress like iron to a magnet. "You two go to the feast." Not a chance," Hermione said, falling into step beside him. "Whatever it is, we stick together." Ron groaned but followed. "I was really looking forward to the food." The smell grew stronger as they descended toward the lower floors. Harry tracked it through corridors and downstairs, the castle practically vibrating with alarm around him. Then, a crash. Enormous. A sound like stone being torn apart, echoing from somewhere ahead. They rounded a corner and found the girls' bathroom reduced to rubble, the door smashed off its hinges, sinks cracked, water spraying from broken pipes. And inside, filling the space with its massive, lumpy body, a troll. 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, carrying a wooden club the size of a tree trunk. It was destroying the bathroom with the mindless enthusiasm of something too stupid to know what else to do. "That's a mountain troll," Hermione whispered, her voice thin. "They're fantastic beasts, nearly impervious to magic, incredibly strong." The troll swung its club and obliterated a row of stalls. Somewhere in the debris, someone screamed. Harry's blood went cold. There was someone in there. He didn't think. Didn't plan. He moved. Hellfire erupted along both arms as he crossed the threshold, not the small, contained flames he used for demonstrations. Full, unrestrained, blazing red-gold fire that lit the destroyed bathroom like a second sun. The troll turned toward the light, tiny eyes blinking stupidly. Harry planted his feet and pushed. The fire surged forward in a wave, not at the troll's body but at its feet, beneath it, scorching the stone floor white-hot and sending the creature stumbling backward with a confused bellow. It wasn't hurt, trolls were resistant to almost everything, but it was distracted, confused, and Harry used those seconds. He vaulted over the remains of a stall divider and found the screaming source, a girl, first year by the looks of her, curled beneath a sink with her arms over her head. Parvati Patil, he recognized after a second. Gryffindor. Move. Harry grabbed her arm and hauled her upright. She looked at him with terror-blank eyes, then focused on the hellfire still licking along his forearms. Somehow, that seemed to shock her into action. She scrambled over the rubble toward the door, where Ron was waiting with outstretched hands. The troll recovered. Turned. Its piggy eyes found Harry, and whatever dim intelligence it possessed decided he was the threat. It swung the club. Harry didn't dodge. He caught it. Not with his hands, with his fire. Hellfire wrapped around the club mid-swing, arresting its momentum with a force that shouldn't have been possible for a boy his size. The troll strained, confused, trying to pull its weapon free. Harry's boots slid on the wet stone. The thing was strong, overwhelmingly, terrifyingly strong, but he held. "Ron," he shouted. "The ceiling. Bring it down." Ron, to his eternal credit, didn't hesitate. He yanked out his wand and pointed it at the cracked ceiling above the troll's head. Wingardium Leviosa. A chunk of masonry the size of a bathtub ripped free and dropped. It hit the troll on top of the head with a sound like a cannon shot. The creature swayed, eyes crossing, and toppled forward. The club slipped from its fingers as it crashed to the floor, unconscious. The impact shook the entire corridor. Silence. Then, "Oh my God," Hermione breathed from the doorway. Harry released the fire. His arms felt like jelly. Holding the club had taken more than he expected, brute force meeting magical resistance in a way that tested his limits. He flexed his fingers, wincing at the residual burn. "Everyone okay?" he asked. "Parvati's okay," Ron said. He was pale but standing, wand still raised. "She ran for the tower. Are you okay?" Harry looked down at the unconscious troll. It was enormous even lying down, filling most of the bathroom floor, its breath coming in heavy gusts that smelled like rotting meat. He'd never fought anything that big before. In hell, the dangerous things were usually closer to human-sized, faster, smarter, more malicious. This had been pure brute force. He'd handled it. But it had pushed him. "I'm fine," he said. "How did a mountain troll get into Hogwarts?" "That's an excellent question, Mr. Morningstar." McGonagall's voice cracked through the bathroom like a whip. She stood in the destroyed doorway, robes slightly askew, followed by Snape and, Harry noted, Quirrell, who took one look at the troll and sat down heavily on a piece of rubble, hand over his heart. Snape's eyes swept the scene, the unconscious troll, the scorched floor, the 3 first years standing amid the destruction. His gaze lingered on the burn marks where Harry's hellfire had hit stone. "What happened here?" McGonagall demanded. "A troll was destroying the bathroom with a student inside," Harry said simply. "We stopped it." "You, 3 first years, stopped a full-grown mountain troll." Ron dropped the ceiling on its head. It was his idea. This was a lie, it had been Harry's instruction, but Ron deserved the credit. The look of surprised gratitude Ron shot him was worth it. McGonagall's expression cycled between fury, disbelief, and something that might have been reluctant admiration. "You should have gone to the feast. You should have found a teacher." "There was a girl screaming," Harry said. "We didn't have time to find a teacher." McGonagall opened her mouth, then closed it. She looked at the troll again. At the scorch marks. At Harry's slightly singed sleeves. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said tightly. Each. For sheer dumb luck. But her eyes said something different. Her eyes said well done. Quirrell was still on his rubble seat, but Harry noticed, he wasn't looking at the troll. He was looking at Harry. And behind the performance of fear, those eyes held something sharp and calculating. Harry met that gaze. Held it. Quirrell looked away first. The troll incident cemented things. Not just Harry's reputation, which inflated overnight from interesting new student to that kid who fights trolls with fire, but the trio's friendship. Something about shared combat, about trusting each other in a moment of genuine danger, forged a bond that casual friendship couldn't match. Hermione started carrying a small notebook everywhere, filling it with observations about Harry's abilities, Quirrell's behavior, and the castle's secrets. Ron appointed himself the strategic one and took to studying chess with the intensity of a future general. If we're going to keep doing stupid brave things, someone should be thinking ahead. Harry wrote to Charlie about the troll. Her response arrived the next morning via a portal that opened briefly in the dormitory and dropped a letter directly onto his pillow. Charlie had apparently been too anxious to wait for Owl Post. The letter was 3 pages of worried questions followed by a PS that said Vaggie says she's proud of you but also you should have let the teachers handle it. I'm just proud of you. Alastair's shadow raven brought a different message, marvelous. Keep trophies. Harry did not keep trophies. But he appreciated the sentiment. November brought cold weather and the start of Quidditch season. Harry hadn't tried out for the team. First years weren't allowed brooms, technically, but McGonagall had pulled him aside after a flying lesson where he'd outperformed every student in the year without breaking a sweat. Mr. Morningstar, she'd said, her Scottishness intensifying with her excitement. Have you ever played Quidditch? No, Professor. But I've flown other things in hell. This was true. Angel Dust had once stolen a flying chariot from an overlord stable and let Harry take it for a spin. The resulting chase through Pentagram City had been the most fun Harry had ever had. I'm making an exception, McGonagall said. I want you on the Gryffindor team. Seeker. So Harry joined the Quidditch team, making him the youngest player in a century. His broom, a Nimbus 2000, arrived via another of Lucifer's portals with a note that said heard you fly. Obviously. You're my grandson. Show them what Morningstars do in the air. Responded to him like a living thing, sensitive to his thoughts, eager to move. His first match was against Slytherin, scheduled for the second week of November. The whole school buzzed with anticipation, and Harry let the energy wash over him without letting it stick. Performance anxiety wasn't something he suffered from. You couldn't grow up performing for demons and develop stage fright. What did concern him was the escalation with Quirrell. Since the troll incident, something had shifted. The pressure on Harry's scar during defense class was stronger now, more deliberate, more probing. Whatever lived in Quirrell's turban had stopped being subtle. It was actively testing Harry's defenses, pushing against the hellfire in his blood to try and reach whatever connection the scar represented. Harry told no one about this. Not because he was keeping secrets, he told Ron and Hermione about the scar pain, but because the nature of the attacks felt personal. Private. A conversation between him and whatever was behind that turban, conducted in the language of pain and fire. After the 4th class where the probing grew strong enough to make Harry's jaw clench, he stayed after. Waited until every student had filed out. Then he walked to Quirrell's desk and stood there, silent, until the professor looked up. Why yes, Mr. Morningstar. Harry said nothing. He simply let the mask drop, the polite student, the friendly boy, all of it, and looked at Quirrell with the eyes of someone who had grown up in Hell's royal household. Eyes that had seen Alastair in his full, unleashed glory. Eyes that belonged to Lucifer's grandson. The hellfire didn't manifest physically. It didn't need to. It was there, in the weight of his gaze, in the stillness of his body, in the absolute certainty that radiated from him like heat from a star. Stop testing me, Harry said. His voice was even, low, and carried no stutter. Whatever you are. Whatever you're looking for through this scar. Stop. Quirrell's stutter vanished. For 3 seconds, the nervous professor disappeared entirely, replaced by something cold and still and ancient. Interesting, said a voice that was Quirrell's but wasn't. Smoother. Sharper. The stammer gone completely. Then Quirrell blinked, twitched, and the mask slammed back down. I don't know what you mean, Mr. Morningstar. Harry turned and walked out. The probing didn't stop. But it became more cautious after that. More respectful. Good. Let it be afraid. The Quidditch match arrived with the kind of fanfare that reminded Harry of Extermination Day preparations in hell, everyone buzzing with barely contained energy, taking sides, making predictions. The Gryffindor team treated Harry with a mix of caution and hope. He was younger than all of them, but his flying in practice had been undeniable. The morning of the match, Harry ate a light breakfast and found a letter waiting for him. Not from home, from Draco Malfoy. Morningstar, good luck today. You'll need it against our seeker. DM Harry read it twice, surprised. It wasn't hostile, competitive, yes, but the tone was almost friendly. He hadn't spoken to Draco since the train, though he'd caught the other boy watching him in shared classes with an expression he couldn't quite categorize. Curiosity, maybe. The beginning of something that might become respect if Draco let it. Harry tucked the note away and headed for the pitch. The stadium was enormous, 4 towers surrounding an oval field, stands packed with screaming students in house colors. Harry mounted his broom in the changing room, listening to Oliver Wood's pre-game speech with half an ear. The captain was passionate, detailed, and sweating visibly. And Morningstar, you just find the snitch. Don't worry about anything else. Don't get involved with the bludgers, don't get distracted by the scoring, just find the snitch and catch it. Got it, Harry said. That's simple. That's simple. Wood stared at him, then shook his head. Right. You're the kid who fought a troll. What am I worried about? They walked onto the pitch to a roar of sound that hit Harry like a physical force. He kicked off the ground and the nimbus shot upward, fast, responsive, perfect. The wind hit his face and he laughed, the sound lost in the chaos below. This was flying. Real flying. Not a chariot dodging between hell's skyscrapers, but open sky, endless blue above, green far below, and nothing between but speed and freedom. The game started. Harry climbed above the action, circling the pitch in wide loops, eyes scanning for the golden glint of the snitch. Below, the game played out in bursts of speed and violence. Gryffindor's chasers were good, fluid and coordinated, but Slytherin played dirty. Shoulders and elbows and accidental collisions. Harry's scar pulsed. He pulled up sharply, thrown by the sudden intensity. Below, in the stands, he scanned, there. Quirrell, seated in the teacher's box. His lips were moving. Not talking, chanting. Softly, rhythmically, with his eyes fixed on Harry. Harry's broom shuddered. A cold hand of magic wrapped around his nimbus, trying to wrestle control from him. The broom bucked, twisted, and Harry gripped with his knees and fought. It was like arm wrestling through an object, Quirrell's spell pulling one direction, Harry's will pulling the other. For a moment, genuine danger flickered. If the broom threw him at this height, Harry's hellfire ignited. Not visibly, not enough for anyone in the stands to notice, but internally, surging through his hands and into the broom. The nimbus was a magical object. It responded to magical input. And Harry's fire was loud. The attacking spell shattered. Just, broke apart, overwhelmed by the sheer output of Harry's will channeled through hellfire. The broom stabilized instantly, and Harry shot forward with renewed speed, the wind roaring past him. Below, he glimpsed Quirrell jerk backward, hand going to his temple. Good. And there, a flash of gold at the base of the Slytherin goalposts. The snitch. Harry dived. The world narrowed to a single point of light. Wind screamed. The ground rushed up. He heard someone in the stands shriek, probably Hermione, and he stretched out his hand, fingers reaching, contact. Cold metal, tiny wings beating against his palm. He pulled out of the dive 2 feet from the ground, broom skimming the grass, and held up the snitch in his fist. The stadium exploded. Harry landed to a wall of red and gold chaos, his teammates slamming into him, the crowd chanting, even some of the teachers on their feet. He grinned through the crush of bodies, adrenaline singing, and over the heads of his celebrating team, he found Quirrell's gaze. The professor was rubbing his hands together. His eyes were blank. But behind them, far behind them, something raged. Harry's grin widened. Tried to knock me off my broom, he thought. That's the best you've got. November bled into December, and with it came cold sharp enough to freeze the lake. Harry adapted easily. Hell's temperatures ran to extremes in both directions, but he watched his classmates huddle into scarves and coats with mild amusement. Ron's ears turned permanently red. Hermione's hair seemed to expand in the cold. The attempted broom jinx had confirmed what Harry already suspected. Quirrell, or whatever controlled Quirrell, saw Harry as a threat. A problem to be eliminated. The attack had been subtle, deniable, the kind of move that could have been blamed on broom malfunction if Harry had fallen. It spoke to planning. Caution. It also spoke to weakness. If the thing in the turban was truly powerful, Lucifer powerful, Alastair powerful, it wouldn't need to hide behind a stuttering professor. It wouldn't need subtlety. The fact that it was hiding meant it was diminished. Weakened. Dependent on Quirrell's body and whatever game it was playing. Harry shared this analysis with Ron and Hermione in early December, the three of them ensconced in a corner of the library that Hermione had claimed as their unofficial headquarters. So he's weak, Ron said, leaning back in his chair. But what is he? I have a theory, Harry said. Mom told me about the wizard who killed my birth parents. Lord Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione didn't, but she went pale. Everyone says he died, Harry continued. When his killing curse bounced off me. But what if he didn't die completely? What if something survived, a fragment, a remnant, and that's what's living in Quirrell? A fragment of you-know-who, Ron said faintly. In our defense, Professor. Teaching us. Every day. That's why my scar reacts. He gave me this scar. There's a connection. Harry tapped his forehead. He's been trying to use it to read me. To assess me. And you've been pushing back, Hermione said. Warning him off. Yeah. Harry. She leaned forward, expression intense. If it's really Voldemort, even a weakened version, that's not something you should face alone. I'm not alone. I have you too. You know what I mean. Dumbledore knows. Harry said it with certainty. Think about it, Hermione. Dumbledore hired Quirrell. Dumbledore put something on the third floor that's guarded by God knows what. I can feel the magic from here, some days. Dumbledore is watching. He knows something is wrong, and he's waiting. Waiting for what? Ron asked. For whatever Voldemort's trying to do. For him to make his move. Harry's mouth tightened. Dumbledore's using the school as a trap. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Hermione's face went through several expressions, academic interest warring with moral outrage. That's, students are here. He's putting students at risk to catch, he thinks it's contained. Controlled. And maybe he's right, maybe whatever's on the third floor is secured enough that Quirrell can't get to it without exposing himself. Harry shrugged. It's a gamble. I don't love it, but I understand it. And where do you fit in? Ron asked. In Dumbledore's plan. Harry was quiet for a moment. He'd thought about this. Late at night, staring at the canopy of his bed, turning the pieces over and over. I think I'm the variable he didn't plan for. I was supposed to be Harry Potter, raised by muggles, ignorant of magic, grateful to be rescued. Easy to guide. Easy to shape. He looked at his friends. Instead he got me. The Prince of Hell, Ron said. Who can't be guided or shaped, Hermione added. Exactly. So now Dumbledore's adapting. Watching me to see if I'm an asset or a complication. Harry smiled, not Alastair's sharp smile, but something warmer. I intend to be both. December also brought an unexpected development, Draco Malfoy. It started small. A nod in the corridor. A quiet, nice catch after the Quidditch match, murmured in passing. Then, one afternoon in the library, Draco appeared at their table without his usual entourage, no Crabbe, no Goyle, no sneering performance. "Morningstar," he said. "Neutral." Harry looked up from his Transfiguration essay. "Malfoy." "I wanted to," Draco paused. "Swallowed something that might have been pride. On the train. What you said. About performing my father's script." Ron tensed. Hermione watched with open curiosity. "What about it?" Harry asked. "You were right." The words came out stiff, each one clearly costing something. "I was. And I've been, thinking about it." Draco's jaw worked. "I don't know what my own script looks like yet. But I wanted you to know I'm working on it." Harry studied him for a long moment. Draco stood there, proud, uncomfortable, but present. Showing up without armor. That was brave. That was the first real thing Draco had done since Harry met him. "Sit down," Harry said, kicking out the empty chair. Draco blinked. "What?" "Sit down. Do your homework. You don't have to perform anything here." Draco looked at the chair, then at Ron, suspicious, then at Hermione, assessing, then back at Harry, unreadable. He sat. "If this is some kind of trick," Ron started. "It's not," Harry said. "And if it is, I'll handle it." "But it's not." He looked at Draco, who was pulling out his books with careful, deliberate movements. "Right?" "Not a trick," Draco confirmed. He didn't quite look at any of them. My common room is suffocating. Everyone there is always watching. Measuring. It's exhausting." "I know what that's like," Harry said. And he did. He'd grown up with it, the constant awareness of being observed, assessed, measured against a standard. The difference was that Harry had learned to thrive under observation. Draco was drowning in it. "Welcome to the table, then," Hermione said, with a briskness that might have been welcome or might have been a test. "But if you call me a mudblood or anything similar, I'll hex you so thoroughly your hair won't recover." Draco's mouth twitched. Noted. It wasn't friendship, not yet. But it was something. A door cracked open, light seeping through. Harry thought about Charlie, about the hotel, about the core belief that people could change if someone gave them space to do it. Maybe he was more his mother's son than even he realized. Christmas approached, and with it the question of going home. Harry deliberated for exactly 1 day before deciding to stay at Hogwarts. He wrote to Charlie explaining his reasoning: "I want to experience a mortal Christmas. I've never had one. And there are things here I need to keep an eye on." Charlie's response was tearful but understanding. "I'll send presents through the portal. Tell me everything. Love you, love you, love you." Vaggy's edition, stay sharp. Trust your training. Ron was staying too, his parents were visiting his brother in Romania, and Hermione was going home but made them promise to write daily. Daily, Hermione. Daily, Ronald. Draco left for Malfoy Manor with a stiff nod and something that was almost a smile. Christmas morning in Gryffindor Tower was quiet. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed that he hadn't expected, not from home, though those were there too. Hagrid, the giant man from the boats, had sent him a flute. Ron's mother had sent him a hand-knitted green sweater and fudge. "She always makes one for everyone," Ron explained, ears red. "Means she considers you family." Harry held the sweater for a long moment. Mrs. Weasley didn't know him. Had never met him. And she'd made him a sweater because her son was his friend. He put it on immediately. From Charlie, he'd received a framed photo of the whole hotel family, everyone crammed together in the lobby, grinning and posing, and in Angel's case, making obscene gestures that Charlie had clearly tried and failed to prevent. Vaggie had sent a knife. A real one, small, elegant, balanced for throwing, with a note that said "Don't tell your mother." Alastair sent a pocket watch that, when opened, whispered the time in his radio-filtered voice and also the current emotional state of everyone within 20 feet. Lucifer's present was a box the size of Harry's palm. Inside, a feather. Golden, shimmering, radiating warmth. A note beneath it read, "From my wings, once upon a time. Keep it close. It will light your way when things get dark. Merry Christmas, my boy." Harry held the feather and felt its warmth spread through his fingers, up his arm, into his chest where it nestled beside the hellfire. Angel feather. Fallen angel, but angel still. A piece of his grandfather's grace, freely given. He tucked it into his inner robe pocket, against his heart, and went downstairs. But there was one more gift. Unmarked. No card, no return address. Just plain brown wrapping and something silky inside that shimmered when Harry unfolded it. A cloak. He recognized it the moment it unfurled, not from personal experience, but from his textbooks. An invisibility cloak. A note fluttered out, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry knew. Dumbledore's handwriting was distinctive. He'd seen it on school notices, on the letter about the third-floor corridor. The headmaster was giving him a tool. An invitation. Use it well. Dumbledore was pointing him somewhere. Toward the forbidden corridor. Toward whatever Quirrell was after. Either testing Harry's judgment or trusting his capability. Harry ran the fabric between his fingers. It felt like liquid moonlight. Under it, he'd be invisible, unseen, undetectable. Free to explore every corner of the castle without restriction. He could almost hear Alastair's laugh. "They're handing you the keys, my boy. How delightful." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders and watched his body disappear from the neck down. Ron choked on his chocolate frog. "Bloody, is that an invisibility cloak? Christmas present." Harry grinned. "From Dumbledore, I think. Dumbledore gave you an invisibility cloak. He's making a move. Giving me access. Seeing what I'll do with it." Ron shook his head slowly. "Your life is insane. Always has been." Harry pulled off the cloak and folded it carefully. "Fancy exploring tonight?" Ron's eyes lit up with the Weasley appetite for trouble. "Absolutely." They went that night. Just the two of them. Hermione would have been cautious, would have wanted a plan. Ron was game for pure impulse, and that's what Harry needed. Under the cloak, they were invisible and silent, moving through the Christmas-empty corridors like ghosts. The castle at night was different, quieter, older. The magic in the walls settled into a deep thrum like a sleeping heartbeat. Portraits dozed in their frames. Suits of armor stood sentinel. Harry didn't go to the third-floor corridor. Not yet. He had a different destination. He'd been feeling it for weeks, a pull, subtle but persistent, from a room on the fourth floor that he'd found locked every time he passed it. Under the cloak, he approached the door and pressed his palm against the wood. Magic responded. Old magic. Ward magic, designed to repel casual curiosity. It pushed against Harry's hand, trying to convince him that this room was boring, that he had somewhere else to be, that he should just keep walking. Harry pushed back. Not with force, with authority. The hellfire in his blood recognized the ward for what it was, a boundary. And boundaries existed to be negotiated. "I'm not casual," he told the ward. "I'm the Prince of Hell. Open." The lock clicked. Inside was a room Harry hadn't expected, empty except for a single object. A mirror, enormous, reaching from floor to ceiling, set in an ornate golden frame with words carved along the top that Harry read backward reflexively, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." "What is that?" Ron whispered. Harry approached the mirror slowly. His reflection appeared, himself, 11 years old, in Ron's mother's green sweater, the cloak over his arm. But as he watched, the reflection changed. Behind him in the mirror, figures appeared. Charlie, in her full demon form, radiant and proud. Vaggie beside her, arm around Charlie's waist. Alastair, looming with his eternal grin. Angel, husk, nifty. Lucifer, golden and ancient. The hotel behind them, home, safe, eternal. And beside the hotel, something else. A cottage, maybe. Green hills. Two figures Harry didn't recognize at first, a man with glasses and wild black hair, a woman with red hair and green eyes. Smiling. Reaching toward him. Both families. Together. The world where he lost nothing. Harry felt his throat tighten. He stood before the mirror and looked at the thing his heart wanted most, not power, not recognition, not even answers about his past. Just love. All of it. Everyone, together, safe. "What do you see?" Ron asked, moving to stand beside him. Harry blinked. Looked away. "My family," he said. "All of them." Ron was staring into the mirror with an expression of raw hunger. Harry didn't ask what he saw. Some things were private. "We should go," Harry said after a minute. The mirror was intoxicating, he could feel it pulling, trying to keep him standing there forever. It was designed for that. A beautiful trap. "This thing isn't healthy." "Yeah," Ron said, but his voice was distant. Harry had to physically pull him away, and they left the room in silence, the cloak settling over them like a second skin. Walking back to the tower, Ron said, "I saw myself. Older. Head boy. Quidditch captain. Holding the house cup. My brothers were all looking at me like," he swallowed. "Like I was enough." "You are enough," Harry said. "You dropped a ceiling on a troll. You're enough." Ron laughed, wet, grateful. "Yeah. Yeah, I guess I did." They climbed through the portrait hole and went to bed without another word. But Harry lay awake for a long time, thinking about the mirror. About desire. About the two families in his reflection, one he'd chosen, one he'd lost. He thought about the man and woman. James and Lily Potter. His birth parents, who'd died to protect him. Who'd loved him for one short year before everything ended. He didn't need the mirror to carry them. They were already there, in his eyes, in his magic, in the wand that chose him. He was their legacy, carried forward by different hands than they'd intended, but carried nonetheless. Harry closed his eyes. Held the golden feather against his chest. Let the warmth of it carry him to sleep. January came sharp and cold. Hermione returned from Christmas break with approximately 6 new books and a determination to solve the Quirrell problem, that was almost frightening in its intensity. She'd spent the break researching possession, parasitic magic, and historical cases of dark wizards surviving death. Horcruxes, she said on her first night back, the 4 of them, including Draco, who'd returned from break quieter and more determined, in their library corner. That's the theory that fits best. A piece of soul, separated from the main and anchored to something. It's incredibly dark magic, banned, barely even mentioned in books, but it would explain how someone could survive the destruction of their body. A piece of soul, Harry repeated slowly. His hand drifted to his scar, unconscious and inevitable. Hermione noticed. Her face went very still. "Harry. You don't think, my scar reacts to him. There's a connection. He can push through it, try to read me." Harry's voice was calm but his heart was beating faster. What if the connection isn't just from the attack? What if it's because of what I'm carrying? Dead silence at the table. You think, Draco said carefully, that you have a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. In your head. In my scar. Harry touched it again. The lightning bolt mark that had been there since before hell, since before everything. Think about it. The killing curse bounced off me, why? What stopped it? Maybe the piece that broke off from him when the curse rebounded, maybe it had nowhere to go except into me. That's why you ended up in hell, Hermione breathed. A soul fragment from the darkest wizard in history, embedded in you, it would have corrupted the normal afterlife process. Sent you somewhere the fragment would be, at home. But it didn't corrupt me, Harry said. I grew up fine. I grew up in hell surrounded by love, and the fragment just sat there. Dormant. Because of the hellfire, Ron said, and everyone looked at him. He was pale but thinking clearly. Think about it. You carry literal fire from hell in your blood. If there's a dark soul fragment in you, wouldn't the fire just keep it contained? Like an immune system? Harry stared at Ron. Then he started to smile. Ron Weasley. That's brilliant. Ron's ears went red. I have moments. He's right, though, Hermione said, scribbling furiously. Hellfire is purifying in its own way, destructive, yes, but to evil specifically. The mythology is clear on that. If Harry's been unconsciously suppressing the fragment for years, then Voldemort has been trying to reach through a piece of himself that's essentially imprisoned, Harry finished. That's why he's getting more aggressive. He can feel me fighting back, even when I don't realize I'm doing it. They sat with that for a moment. The weight of it. Harry had a piece of Voldemort's soul in his forehead. Had carried it for 10 years. Had grown and laughed and loved and trained with the darkest wizard's anchor buried in his scar. He waited for the horror to come. The revulsion. It didn't. Instead, he felt something else, a cold, clear anger. Not at himself. Not at the fragment. At the man who'd put it there. Who'd killed his parents and marked him and left a piece of dark soul in a baby's head without care or consequence. If it's a Horcrux, Harry said slowly, it can be destroyed. Yes, Hermione said. But the methods are extreme. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. Harry held up his hand. Hellfire bloomed, red and gold and warm. Or hellfire, he said. Hermione's eyes went wide. You'd burn it out of yourself? Not today. Not without understanding it fully. But eventually, yes. Harry closed his fist, extinguishing the flame. That piece of him doesn't belong in me. And when I'm ready, I'll destroy it. After we deal with whatever he's trying to do here, Ron said. Whatever's on the 3rd floor. After that, Harry agreed. One thing at a time. Draco had been quiet through the Horcrux discussion, his face drawn tight with something that might have been fear. Now he spoke, his voice carefully controlled. My father was a Death Eater. One of the Dark Lord's followers. Everyone looked at him. I know what he was capable of, Draco continued. The stories, not the public ones, the ones my father told when he'd had too much wine. The Dark Lord is, something beyond a normal wizard. If he's here. In this school. Wearing Quirrell like a suit. Draco met Harry's eyes. You need to end this. I intend to. I mean it, Morningstar. Whatever you're planning. Whatever you're building toward. Don't hesitate. Don't give him room to maneuver. Harry studied Draco, the tension in his jaw, the old fear in his eyes. Fear inherited from a father who'd served a monster and survived by luck alone. This was why Draco had come to their table. Not just for freedom from his father's script, but for protection from his father's legacy. I won't hesitate, Harry said. That's not how I was raised. Draco nodded once. Sharp, satisfied. Good. The library was quiet around them, December's chill lingering in the stone walls. For 11-year-olds with a soul fragment, a possessed professor, and a mystery on the third floor. In hell, they'd call this a Tuesday. Harry cracked open his potions textbook and got back to work. The weeks that followed were deceptively normal. Classes continued. Harry's grades remained impeccable. He won 2 more Quidditch matches, one against Hufflepuff, quick, clinical, and one against Ravenclaw, longer, harder, ultimately decided by Harry's willingness to dive at angles that made the entire crowd scream. His friendship with Ron and Hermione deepened into something unshakable. Draco's presence at their library table became routine, not always comfortable, not always easy, but consistent. And all the while, Harry watched. The third-floor corridor drew him like gravity. He could feel what was behind the locked door now, something small, something powerful, radiating a magic so concentrated it was almost solid. Guarded by layers of enchantment that multiple professors had contributed to. He knew about the dog, 3-headed, enormous, sleeping over a trapdoor. Hagrid had let that slip over one afternoon, the giant man's inability to keep secrets almost endearing. He knew about the challenges beyond, each professor contributing a test, a puzzle, a barrier. And he knew that Quirrell was getting desperate. The probing had stopped entirely by February. No more pressure on the scar, no more attempts at connection. Quirrell had gone quiet, still stammering through classes, still twitching and nervous, but the intelligence behind the performance had retreated. Gone deeper. Planning. He's going to make a move soon, Harry told his friends in March. Whatever's down there, he's figured out how to get past the protections. He's just waiting for the right moment. So what do we do? Ron asked. Wait for him. No. Harry's smile was sharp. We get there first. Chapter 4, The Dog and the Stone Spring came to Hogwarts with a vengeance, blossoms erupting along the grounds, the lake thawing to deep blue, the forbidden forest rustling with things waking from winter sleep. Harry barely noticed. His attention had narrowed to a single point, the third-floor corridor and what lay beneath it. He'd spent March gathering information with the methodical patience Alastair had drilled into him. Hagrid was the easiest source, a few cups of tea, a few admiring questions about the magical creatures he kept, and the gamekeeper spilled details like water from a cracked cup. The 3-headed dog was named Fluffy. Music put it to sleep. It guarded a trapdoor that led to a series of challenges set by the staff. Shouldn't be tellin' you this, Hagrid said for the 3rd time during one visit, even as he continued telling them. We won't do anything reckless, Hermione promised, which was technically true in that they intended to be extremely calculated about it. Ron contributed the strategic framework. He'd become genuinely obsessed with wizard chess over the winter, playing everyone who'd sit still long enough, studying famous matches from history, and his mind had sharpened into something tactical and fierce. We need to know every obstacle before we go in, he insisted. No surprises. Surprises get people killed. Not me, Harry said. You fought one troll, mate. Don't get cocky. I'm not cocky. I'm accurate. Draco's contribution was different, subtler, more dangerous. He'd written home to his father asking carefully worded questions about Nicholas Flamel, a name Hermione had spotted on a chocolate frog card and traced to a reference Hagrid had accidentally made. Lucius Malfoy, apparently eager to maintain his son's loyalty, responded with information he shouldn't have shared. The Philosopher's Stone, Draco told them in early April, sliding into his library seat with a sealed letter in his hand. That's what's down there. Made by Nicholas Flamel, 665 years old, because the stone produces the elixir of life. Also turns any metal to gold. Immortality and infinite wealth, Harry said. No wonder Voldemort wants it. My father doesn't know it's here specifically. But he knows it exists, and he knows Flamel was connected to Dumbledore. Draco's expression was troubled. He also said, interesting things about the Dark Lord. About rumors that he's not as dead as people think. We already know that, Ron said. Yes, but my father knows it too. And if he knows, others do. The old Death Eaters, they're watching. Waiting. If Voldemort gets that stone and comes back fully, Draco didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Harry nodded slowly. Then we make sure he doesn't get it. They planned for 3 weeks. Ron mapped out scenarios like military operations, considering variables and contingencies with a precision that impressed even Hermione. She researched every professor on staff, deducing what challenge each might have contributed based on their expertise. Sprout meant something botanical, Flitwick meant charms, Snape meant potions, McGonagall meant transfiguration. And Quirrell contributed something for defense against the dark arts, Hermione said. Which is ironic, given he's the one trying to get past everything. Makes sense, though, Harry pointed out. If you design the lock, you already have the key. Dumbledore's challenge will be last, Ron said, tapping his quill against a hand-drawn map of what they theorized the underground chambers looked like. And that's the one we can't predict. I'll handle Dumbledore's challenge, Harry said. How? You don't even know what it is. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's designed to stop Voldemort. To stop someone motivated by greed, selfishness, desire for power. Harry spread his hands. I don't want the stone. I don't need immortality, I'm not even sure I can die normally, given what I am. And gold means nothing to me. Whatever Dumbledore designed, it won't read me as a threat. That's a lot of faith in one old man's puzzle, Draco said. It's faith in my own character, Harry corrected. Which is different. The timing came down to opportunity. They needed Dumbledore absent, the headmaster's presence was the strongest deterrent, and Quirrell wouldn't move with Dumbledore in the castle. It came sooner than expected, a ministry summons in late May, urgent enough that Dumbledore departed after dinner on a Thursday evening with a swirl of robes and a word to McGonagall. Harry felt it immediately, the shift in the castle's energy when its most powerful guardian left. The building almost seemed to hold its breath. Tonight, Harry told his friends. They were in the common room, seemingly doing homework. He's gone. Quirrell will move tonight. Ron's face went pale but set. Hermione closed her book with deliberate calm. Draco, who'd been invited to the Gryffindor common room under the excuse of a study session, and admitted by a fat lady who looked deeply skeptical, straightened in his chair. All of us? Draco asked. Harry shook his head. Me, Ron, and Hermione going down. Draco, I need you doing something else. What? Get McGonagall. After we've been gone 20 minutes, go to her and tell her everything. Quirrell, Voldemort, the stone. She'll believe you, you're a Malfoy, you have the political weight, and you can reference your father's letter as evidence. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but then something settled in his expression. Understanding. Harry was giving him the role that mattered most, the one that required trust. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Then bring the cavalry. Right. Draco stood, adjusting his robes with a precision that was pure breeding. Don't die, Morningstar. I've just gotten used to you. Wouldn't dream of it. Draco left through the portrait hole without looking back. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. Ready? Ron pulled out his wand. Born ready. Terrified, but ready. Hermione was already on her feet, her own wand in hand, jaw set with determination. Let's go save the world from a possessed professor. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. After you. The castle at night was different when you moved through it with purpose. Not the lazy exploration Harry had done under the cloak before, this was deliberate, directed, 3 sets of footsteps muffled by ancient fabric as they navigated toward the third-floor corridor. They passed Peeves, who was too busy unscrewing a chandelier to notice invisible footsteps. Past Mrs. Norris, whose lamp-like eyes swiveled in their direction but found nothing. Past the suit of armor on the second floor that Harry had learned creaked if you walked too close to its left side. The third-floor corridor was dark and empty. The door at its end stood closed, but not locked. Not anymore. Quirrell's already been through, Harry murmured. They shed the cloak inside the door. Beyond it, a room, large and poorly lit, and in the center, the three-headed dog. Enormous. Each head the size of a car, breath hot and rank, massive paws planted on a trapdoor in the floor. Its 6 eyes were closed. A harp stood in the corner, playing itself, enchanted, still twanging out a gentle melody that kept the beast asleep. "That's Fluffy," Ron whispered. His voice cracked slightly. "Why did I agree to this?" "Because you're brave," Harry said. Trapdoor. Fast. Before the music stops. They moved. Harry went first, pulling open the trapdoor while Fluffy's enormous chest rose and fell in sleep rhythm, and dropped into darkness without hesitation. The fall was longer than expected, and he landed on something soft and yielding that immediately began to move. Vines. Thick, ropey tendrils wrapping around his legs, his arms, pulling him down into a mass of plant matter that writhed with disturbing sentience. "Devil's snare!" Hermione shouted from above. She'd landed beside him, already being grabbed. It constricts if you struggle, you have to relax." Ron crashed down on Harry's other side, immediately panicked, thrashing against the vines. "Relax? Are you?" Harry didn't relax. He burned. Hellfire erupted from his skin, not full force, but enough. Red gold light flooded the pit and the devil's snare screamed, a sound no plant should make, and recoiled from him so violently that it released all 3 of them at once. They tumbled through the retreating mass and hit stone floor below. "Okay," Ron gasped, sprawled on his back. "The fire thing is really useful." "Told you." Harry was already on his feet, pulling Ron up. "Everyone good?" "Fine," Hermione said, brushing vine residue from her robes. That was Sprout's challenge. Next should be, a sound from ahead. Wings. Hundreds of them, rustling, fluttering, filling the air of the next chamber like a living storm. They pushed through the door and found a room full of flying keys. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe, glittering and swooping through the air on tiny enchanted wings. On the far side, a locked door with a heavy iron lock. And in the corner, broomsticks. "Flitwick," Hermione said. "We need to find the right key. It'll be old-fashioned, probably. Large. Silver, to match the lock." Harry didn't reach for a broom. He stood in the center of the room and looked up at the swarm of keys, and he felt for it, the same way he felt for magic in walls and doors and enchanted objects. One key among hundreds, the one that belonged to the lock. The one that was right. There. Large, silver, with a bent wing where someone had already grabbed it once. Quirrell had come through here. Harry raised his hand. The key was 30 feet up, darting between its fellows. He didn't summon it, that would have been wizard magic, a spell, something formulaic. Instead, he reached out with his will, the raw, unstructured power that the Hazbin Hotel had nurtured, that Alastair had honed, and pulled. The key stopped mid-flight. Hung suspended. Then it drifted downward, slow and inevitable, until it landed in Harry's open palm. Its wings beat uselessly against his fingers. "How?" Hermione started. "Later." Harry crossed to the door, unlocked it, released the key, and kept moving. The chess room was next. They knew it the moment they entered, a massive chessboard spread across the floor, the pieces life-sized and carved from stone. White and black, facing each other in opening formation. On the far side, another door. Ron made a sound in his throat. Not fear, hunger. His eyes swept the board with the intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. "This is McGonagall's," he breathed. "Giant wizard chess. We have to play our way across. Can you win? Harry asked. Ron looked at him. Something fierce and certain burned in his blue eyes, something that had been growing all year, fed by chess matches and strategy sessions and the growing confidence of being genuinely good at something. Yeah. I can win. Then lead. Ron directed them into position, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a castle. He took the knight's position himself, mounting the stone horse with a comfort that suggested he'd been preparing for this his entire life. The game began. White moved first. Ron countered. The pieces crashed against each other with violence that made the floor shake, stone shattering, fragments flying. Ron called moves with increasing speed, his voice sharp and clear, reading the board with an instinct that bordered on precognition. Harry watched from his bishop's square and felt genuine admiration. This was Ron's element, not following, not supporting, but commanding. Seeing patterns in chaos. Finding the path through. The game lasted 7 minutes. Ron sacrificed 3 pawns, a rook, and, Ron, Hermione said. I have to. Ron's voice was steady. She takes me, and Harry's free to checkmate the king. Ron, no, it's chess. It's what the knight does. Ron turned to Harry. After she takes me, bishop to e6. That's checkmate. Harry met his friend's eyes. In them, fear, yes. But more than that, absolute certainty. Trust. The knowledge that what he was doing mattered, and that it was his choice to make. I'll get you out, Harry said. Whatever happens. Ron nodded. I know. He turned back to the board. Knight to h3. His stone horse moved. The white queen turned, advanced, and struck. Ron was thrown from the horse, hard, too hard, hitting the stone floor with a crack that made Hermione scream. He didn't get up. Harry didn't look. Couldn't afford to look. He stepped to e6, the white king dropped his crown, and the remaining pieces dragged themselves aside, clearing the path. Then he was at Ron's side. Blood at the temple, cut, not deep, and Ron was breathing. Unconscious but alive. Harry pressed his palm to Ron's forehead and let a thread of hellfire seep through, not burning, not destructive. Warm. Healing, the way Charlie had shown him once, the warmth of home, of safety, of being cared for. Demonic fire could hurt, but the fire of the Morningstars could also mend. It depended on intent. Ron's breathing steadied. The blood flow stopped. Color returned to his face. He'll wake up in a few minutes, Harry said, standing. Hermione, stay with him. What? No, Harry, you can't go alone, the challenges ahead are going to get worse. Whatever Quirrell left, whatever Dumbledore put at the end, I need to face that without worrying about protecting someone. He looked at her directly. You know I'm right. Hermione's jaw clenched. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears, frustration, not fear. She hated being left behind. He understood that. But she was also the smartest person he knew, and she could see the logic. Come back, she said. Come back or I swear I'll find a way to follow you. I'll come back. He squeezed her shoulder once, then turned and walked through the door on the far side of the chess chamber. Alone. The next room nearly knocked him over with smell alone, a troll, even larger than the one from Halloween, already unconscious on the floor. Quirrell's work. Harry stepped over its massive arm and kept moving. Then, potions. A table with 7 bottles, a riddle in flame. Harry read the parchment that appeared, a logic puzzle, elegant and precise. Snape's contribution. Not about magical power but about reasoning. 7 bottles, poison, wine, nettle wine, and the ones that would let you move forward or back. Harry solved it in 40 seconds. Alastair had trained him on logic puzzles since age 6, the mind is a muscle, Harry, and dull minds die. The smallest bottle on the far left would take him forward. He drank it, cold, sharp, like swallowing ice, and walked through the black flames that guarded the final door. The last chamber. It was circular, stone, lit by torches that burned with ordinary fire. In its center stood a mirror, and Harry recognized it instantly. The mirror of Eriste. The same mirror from Christmas, the one that showed your heart's desire. And standing before it, his turban finally unwound, his back to Harry, Quirrell. "I wondered when you'd arrive," Quirrell said. No stutter. His voice was smooth and controlled, all performance abandoned. He turned, and Harry saw his face clearly for the first time without the mask, young, sharp-featured, eyes hard with borrowed intelligence. "Where's the stone?" Harry asked. Not demanding. Just asking, the way you'd ask someone for the time. "In the mirror." "Obviously." Quirrell's mouth twisted. The old fool's final trick. "I can see myself holding it, presenting it to my master, but I can't reach it." He turned back to the mirror, frustration tightening his shoulders. "The mirror gives you what you want, but only if your desire is pure enough." "And my desire is to give it to Voldemort," Harry finished. "Which means you want it for someone else's purpose. The mirror doesn't respond to second-hand desire." Quirrell went still. Then he laughed, a short, humorless sound. "Clever boy. Your reputation doesn't do you justice." "Let me have a look," Harry said. He said it casually. Easily. The way you might ask to see a menu. Quirrell turned to stare at him, and for the first time, suspicion warred with desperation in his expression. "Why would you help me?" "I'm not helping you. I'm solving a puzzle." Harry walked forward, and Quirrell, to his credit, didn't step aside. They stood facing each other, 2 feet apart, and the torchlight caught the gold of Harry's ring, the green of his eyes. "Let me speak to him." The voice came from Quirrell, but not from his mouth. From behind. From the back of his head, where the turban had covered a face that Harry could now see reflected in the mirror's surface. Gray, snake-like, with red eyes that burned in a colorless face. Voldemort. Quirrell turned, slowly, showing Harry the back of his head. The face there was pressed against Quirrell's skull like a parasite, flat nose, slitted nostrils, a mouth that moved with terrible independence from its host. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice was a whisper, thin, strained, barely more than breath. "We meet again." Harry looked at the face of the man who'd murdered his parents. Who'd cursed him. Who'd left a piece of dark soul in a baby's skull. He looked at the most feared dark wizard in British history, reduced to a parasite on the back of a stuttering professor's head. He felt nothing. No fear. No rage. Just a calm, cold assessment, the kind Vaggie had trained into him. Evaluate. Categorize. Respond. "You're pathetic," Harry said. The red eyes flared. "You dare, I dare. Look at you." Harry's voice carried no heat, just statement of fact. The great Lord Voldemort. Drinking unicorn blood. Possessing a mediocre wizard. Hiding in a turban like a dirty secret. My grandfather would laugh. My uncle would find you boring. Your grandfather. Voldemort's whisper turned sharp. Yes. I have sensed what you've become. What they've made you. The Prince of Hell. Something that might have been a smile twisted his borrowed features. We are more alike than you know, boy. We're nothing alike. No. I sought to conquer death. And you have already been beyond it. You carry my soul within you, a piece of me, living in your scar. We are connected, Harry. Bound. A piece of you is trapped in my scar, Harry corrected. Held there. Contained by hellfire that your fragment can't survive outside of. It's not a connection, it's a prison. Your soul shard is my prisoner, Tom. The name hit like a slap. Voldemort's face contorted, the first real emotion Harry had seen from him. Rage. Pure, incandescent rage at the sound of his birth name. "Give me the stone," Voldemort hissed. "Look in the mirror. Take it. Give it to me, and I will tell you things, about your parents, about the night they died, about power beyond anything hell has shown you. My parents died because you killed them. The night they died, you made the worst mistake of your existence. And power?" Harry let the hellfire rise, not hidden, not subtle. Full, blazing, Morningstar fire that lit the chamber in red and gold and cast Voldemort's face in dancing shadows. "I have more power than you've ever dreamed of. I was raised by power. I don't need yours." He turned to the mirror. His reflection looked back at him, Harry Morningstar, 11 years old, hellfire in his hands and certainty in his eyes. And in the mirror, his reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone the size of a fist. Winked. And placed the stone back. Harry felt weight settle in his actual pocket. Small. Dense. Warm. The Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had given it to him because he didn't want to use it. Because his desire, his true desire, was simply to have it so that Voldemort couldn't. Protection, not greed. The purest possible intent. What did you see?" Quirrell demanded, spinning back around. Harry said nothing. Just smiled. "Seize him!" Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and the effect was instantaneous. Where Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, it burned. Not from Harry's hellfire, from something else, something older. The same protection Lily Potter had placed on her son 16 years ago, amplified and deepened by a decade of being loved, unconditionally and fiercely, by beings whose love literally radiated power. Quirrell screamed. His hands blistered, blackened, crumbled. He staggered back, staring at his disintegrating fingers with horror. "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed from the back of his head. Use the wand. Harry didn't give him the chance. He stepped forward and placed both hands on Quirrell's face. Not in violence. Not in rage. In absolute, deliberate calm. The hellfire rose from his palms, not the destructive blaze he'd used on the troll, but something different. Something his mother had taught him existed but he'd never had cause to use. Purifying fire. The flame that Charlie Morningstar believed could cleanse even the darkest soul. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort screamed. The dual sound was horrifying, two voices overlapping in agony and fury. Quirrell's body bucked and convulsed under Harry's hands, the possessed flesh rejecting and being rejected. Harry held on. "Get out of him," Harry said through his teeth. The fire poured from him in waves, not attacking Quirrell, not burning the man himself, but burning what didn't belong. Voldemort's presence. The parasite. The dark thing that had taken root in a weak man's body and used him as a vehicle. The wraith, because that's what it was, Harry could see it now, a dark, smoky shape tangled through Quirrell's form like ink in water, tore free. It ripped from Quirrell's body with a sound like fabric shearing. Voldemort's face dissolved from the back of Quirrell's skull, reforming in the smoke above, a screaming, formless thing, dark and terrible and weak. Diminished. Terrified. The wraith hung in the air for one eternal second. Its red eyes found Harry's green ones. "This isn't over," it hissed. "I know," Harry said. "But you're leaving. Now." The wraith shrieked, a sound of impotent rage that shattered two of the torches, and fled. Through the ceiling, through the stone, up and out and gone, leaving nothing behind but a fading cold and the smell of something rotten. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him. The man was light, too light, wasted by months of being consumed from within. His hands were burned but healing now that the source of opposition was gone. His face was slack, unconscious, but alive. Breathing. Harry lowered him to the floor, gently, and checked his pulse. Steady. Weak, but steady. You're going to be okay, Harry told the unconscious man. He can't reach you anymore. He sat back on his heels and let the hellfire die. The chamber was quiet, truly quiet, for the first time since he'd entered. The mirror stood impassive, reflecting nothing but an empty room and a boy sitting beside a man he'd just saved. Harry reached into his pocket. The Philosopher's Stone sat there, warm and smooth and impossibly heavy for its size. He pulled it out and looked at it. Infinite gold. Eternal life. The kind of power that men killed for, died for, sold their souls for. Harry weighed it in his palm. Then he placed it on the floor beside Quirrell and stood up. He didn't need it. Never had. He was walking toward the door when his legs buckled. The adrenaline crash hit like a wall, sudden, total, his body informing him that it had been running on fumes and fire for the past hour and payment was due. His vision grayed. His knees hit stone. Okay, he thought distantly. That's fair. The last thing he heard before consciousness left was footsteps, many footsteps, running, and Hermione's voice, sharp with fear, Harry. Harry. Then nothing. He woke to white. White ceiling. White sheets. Sunlight pouring through tall windows. The smell of something antiseptic and vaguely herbal. A hospital wing. He'd seen it from the outside during his explorations but never had reason to enter. Harry blinked. His body felt like it had been dismantled and reassembled slightly wrong, everything ached, a deep bone tiredness that went beyond physical. He'd pushed himself too hard. Used too much fire. The purification, whatever instinct had driven it, had cost more than he'd realized. He turned his head. Ron sat in a chair beside his bed, one arm in a sling, a spectacular bruise coloring the left side of his face. He was asleep, slumped sideways, mouth open, snoring gently. Alive and whole and there. On Harry's other side, Hermione was curled in a second chair with a book open on her lap, though she'd clearly fallen asleep reading. Her hand rested on the edge of Harry's bed, fingers brushing the blanket as if maintaining contact even in sleep. Harry smiled. It hurt his face. Ah. You're awake. Dumbledore sat in a third chair at the foot of the bed. How had Harry missed him, looking exactly as he always did, calm, ageless, and deeply, annoyingly knowing. A bowl of sweets sat in his lap. Professor, Harry croaked. His voice was wrecked. Don't try to talk too much. You've been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days. Magical exhaustion of a kind Madame Pomfrey has never seen before. Understandable, given what you did. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue, very serious. You separated Voldemort from Quirrell without killing either of them. I'm not sure anyone else alive could have done that. Harry tried to sit up. Failed. Settled for turning his head more fully toward Dumbledore. Is Quirrell alive? Recovering in St. Mungo's. He will be damaged, psychologically, for some time. But alive. Thanks to you. The stone. Returned to Nicholas. He and I have had a conversation, and agreed that it should be destroyed. Its existence has become more danger than benefit. Harry nodded slowly. That was right. That was the correct ending for the stone, not hoarded, not exploited. Destroyed so that no one else could be tempted by it. And Voldemort? Dumbledore's expression shifted, something old and heavy settling behind his eyes. Gone. For now. The wraith fled, we detected it leaving the castle grounds. He is weakened further by the separation, your fire damaged him, Harry. More than you might realize. But he is not destroyed. I know. Harry stared at the ceiling. He'll come back. He has other anchors, the Horcruxes. Dumbledore went very still. You know about the Horcruxes. I know I'm one of them. Harry touched his scar. Or was. The fragment in me, I can feel it differently now. After the fire I used on Quirrell. It's quieter. Smaller. You may have partially destroyed it, Dumbledore said, and his voice held something that sounded like wonder. The purifying hellfire, it's not a method I would have considered. But then, you are not a person I could have predicted. No one ever predicts the Morningstars. Dumbledore laughed. Quiet, genuine, the laugh of a very old man who had just been genuinely surprised for the first time in decades. No. They don't. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Sunlight moved across the white floor. Professor, Harry said. The invisibility cloak. The way you removed yourself from the castle at just the right time. The mirror of Erist as the final protection, a challenge only someone with pure intent could pass. He looked at Dumbledore directly. You planned this. Not every detail, but the shape of it. You set the stage and let me walk onto it. Dumbledore didn't deny it. He held Harry's gaze with something that was equal parts respect and confession. I suspected that Voldemort would make his attempt this year. I suspected that you, given your nature, your abilities, your refusal to be passive, would involve yourself regardless of what I did or didn't arrange. So I created conditions where your involvement would be as safe as possible. Safe. Harry laughed, and it hurt. I was unconscious for 3 days. Alive, Dumbledore said. And victorious. And with knowledge that will serve you in the years ahead. He leaned forward slightly. Harry. I owe you honesty. I have spent 10 years believing you were dead, mourning you, blaming myself. When your letter was addressed, when we discovered where you'd been all this time. I was frightened. I admit it freely. Frightened of what hell might have made you. And now. Dumbledore's smile was warm and real and, for once, unguarded. Now I see that hell made you exactly what you needed to be. What the world needed you to be. Not a weapon. Not a savior. Just a remarkably brave, remarkably kind young man who happens to carry the fire of damnation and the heart of an angel. Harry felt his throat tighten. He thought of Charlie, her endless belief in goodness, her refusal to accept that anyone was beyond saving. He thought of Vaggie, her fierce protection, her practical love. Alastor, his training, his pride. Lucifer, his warmth, his gifts, his ancient faith in his grandson. They'd made him this. All of them. And he was going to make them proud. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Thank you, Harry. Dumbledore stood, setting the sweet bowl on the bedside table. Lemon drop. They're really quite good. Maybe later. Rest. Your friends will be relieved to find you awake, though I suspect they already know. He glanced at Ron and Hermione, both of whom were very obviously pretending to still be asleep. Ron's snoring had developed a distinctly fake quality. Harry grinned. Yeah. They know. Dumbledore left. The door clicked shut. Ron opened one eye. 3 days, mate. You slept for 3 days. I was tired. You were dead tired. We thought, Ron's voice cracked. He cleared his throat aggressively. We thought you weren't coming back. I always come back. Harry reached out and shoved Ron's shoulder gently. You were brilliant. The chess, Ron, that was incredible. Ron's ears went red. Yeah, well. Someone had to be the smart one for once. Hermione sat up properly, abandoning any pretense. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her hair was more chaotic than usual, which meant she'd been crying and refusing to fix herself until she knew Harry was okay. Don't you ever do that again, she said fiercely. 3 days, Harry. I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I'm sorry. You're not. I'm a little sorry. She glared at him. Then her face crumpled, and she threw herself at him in a hug that hurt every single part of his exhausted body. He hugged her back anyway. I'm okay, he said into her hair. Really? I'm okay. Ron joined the hug a moment later, his good arm wrapping around both of them, and for a long moment the three of them just held on. 3 11-year-olds who'd faced down the darkest wizard in history and come out the other side bruised, tired, and alive. Together. Recovery took a week. Madame Pomfrey, the school's matron, a woman whose fussing would have given even Charlie a run for her money, kept Harry in the hospital wing for the full duration, force-feeding him potions and clucking her tongue at his unprecedented magical depletion. Visitors came steadily. The Gryffindor Quidditch team arrived as a unit, bearing candy and badly made get-well cards. Hagrid came with a handmade photo album of Harry's birth parents, images of James and Lily he'd never seen before, smiling and waving from photographs that moved with life. Harry held that album for a long time without speaking. Draco came alone, after hours, slipping into the hospital wing with a silence that spoke to practice avoiding detection. McGonagall gave me 20 points, he said, sitting stiffly in the bedside chair. For demonstrating exceptional judgment in a crisis. His mouth twitched. My father's going to be furious. Good. Yeah. Draco was quiet for a moment. You destroyed him. Or, drove him out. Whatever you did. For now, Harry said. He'll be back. I know. Draco's gray eyes were steady, older than they'd been in September. Harder in some ways, softer in others. When he does, I want to be ready. I don't want to be what my father was. Kneeling. Terrified. You won't be. How can you be sure? Because you're sitting here. Because you chose to be different, and choosing is the hardest part. Harry met his gaze. Everything after that is just practice. Draco nodded once. Then he stood, straightened his robes, and left without saying goodbye, but the set of his shoulders was different than before. Straighter. Lighter. The end of term came quickly after that. Exams were almost an afterthought. Harry passed everything with top marks despite having missed a week of revision, his practical abilities so far ahead of the curriculum that the theoretical gaps barely mattered. The leaving feast was a golden affair. Gryffindor won the House Cup, boosted significantly by last-minute points from Dumbledore for services to the school that pushed them past Slytherin. The Great Hall erupted in red and gold, and Harry sat among his friends and let himself feel simply, uncomplicatedly happy. He'd done it. First year at Hogwarts. Defeated Voldemort's shade. Made friends, real, true, tested by fire friends. Learned magic that he loved. Discovered pieces of his past. And through all of it, remained exactly who he was. Harry Morningstar. Prince of Hell. Gryffindor. Wizard. His mother's son. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Students streaming toward the barrier, tearful goodbyes and summer plans exchanged in rushing voices. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier and emerged into the mortal world, grey and loud and alive, and immediately felt it. A warmth. A pull. Family. Charlie stood by the far wall, glamour up but barely containing her excitement. Vaggie beside her, one hand on Charlie's arm as if physically preventing her from running. And behind them, leaning against the wall with theatrical casualness, Alastair. In the mortal world. Wearing a human glamour that did absolutely nothing to diminish the predatory energy he radiated. He looked like a tall, thin man in a red suit, and he looked like he was having the time of his life. Harry abandoned his trolley and ran. Charlie caught him first, arms around him, lifting him off the ground, spinning once before Vaggie steadied them both. My baby. My baby, oh God, I missed you, are you okay, are you hurt, they said you were in the hospital, I'm fine, Mom. I'm fine. Harry hugged her so tight his arms ached. She smelled like home, sulfur and vanilla and warmth. I'm perfect. 3 days unconscious, Vaggie said, pulling him from Charlie's arms into her own fierce embrace. Your mother almost opened a portal in the middle of Scotland. I talked her out of it, Alastor said, not moving from his wall. Barely. Harry freed himself from Vaggie and crossed to Alastor. His uncle looked down at him, red eyes behind the glamour, smile fixed and fond in the way only Harry ever saw. Uncle Al. Harry. Alastor reached out and straightened Harry's collar. The same gesture as always. I heard you drove out a dark wizard through sheer force of will and hellfire. More or less. And you didn't kill him. No. Alastor's smile widened, a fraction, barely perceptible, but Harry knew his expressions. Your mother's influence. Compassion as a weapon. How novel. He paused. I'm proud of you. 3 words. From Alastor, they meant more than speeches from anyone else. Thanks, Uncle Al. Don't let it go to your head. Alastor pushed off the wall and offered his arm to Charlie with exaggerated gallantry. Shall we? I believe a celebration is in order. I've prepared something at the hotel. You cooked? Harry asked, falling into step. I always cook for special occasions. And my nephew's triumphant return from his first year of wizard school certainly qualifies. They walked toward the quiet corner where their portal home waited, invisible to mortal eyes, a tear in reality that smelled of sulfur and possibility. Charlie had her arm around Harry's shoulders, Vaggie walked point, and Alastor narrated their journey through King's Cross with the theatrical flair of a radio host. Harry paused at the portal's edge. Looked back. Ron was there, at the barrier, waving. Hermione beside him, smiling. Draco further back, not waving but watching, and when Harry raised a hand, Draco nodded once. See you in September, Harry thought. Then he stepped through the portal and let Hell's familiar heat welcome him home. Chapter 5, Hell's Heart. The Hazbin Hotel was louder than Harry remembered. He'd been gone 9 months, the longest he'd ever been away from home, and the sound of it hit him like a physical thing the moment he stepped through the portal. Angel Dust arguing with Husk about something involving a bet and a stolen bottle of whiskey. Nifty darting between rooms with a speed that blurred her edges, cleaning things that were already clean. Serpentious hissing at the television, offended by a news anchor's fashion choices. The building itself creaking and settling, alive with the energy of its residents in a way that Hogwarts never quite matched. Home. Harry. Angel spotted him from across the lobby and covered the distance in 3 long-legged strides, scooping him up with all 4 arms in a hug that was half embrace and half wrestling move. The kid returns. Look at you, you're taller. Are you taller? I think he's taller. I've been gone 9 months, Angie. I grew. You grew and you fought a Dark Lord. Simultaneously. Overachiever. Angel set him down and held him at arm's length, examining him with an eye that was sharper than most people gave him credit for. You look good, kid. You look settled. I am. Harry grinned up at him. Miss me? Desperately. Don't tell anyone. Wouldn't dream of it. Alastor's celebration dinner was a 3-hour affair involving dishes Harry couldn't name, entertainment he couldn't explain, and toasts from every resident of the hotel in increasingly chaotic succession. Angel's toast was profane. Husk's was exactly 4 words, glad you're back, kid. Nifty's involved a detailed description of how she would have dispatched the troll, which was creative if anatomically improbable. Serpentius stood on his chair and gave a speech about bravery that went on so long Alastor cut the lights. Through it all, Charlie glowed. Not metaphorically, actually glowed, her demonic form alight with a joy so intense it manifested physically, casting the dining room in soft golden warmth. She couldn't stop touching Harry, his shoulder, his hair, his hand, as if confirming he was real and present in hers. Vaggie sat beside her, quieter, but her eye never left Harry. Pride lived there, fierce, maternal, absolute. She'd trained him for this. She'd given him the tools to survive, and he'd used them, and come home whole. For Vaggie, that was everything. After dinner, after the noise died down and the residents drifted to their rooms, Harry found himself on the roof again. His spot, the same ledge where he'd sat the night before leaving for Hogwarts, watching Pentagram City burn and glitter below. Charlie joined him. She always did. "Talk to me," she said, settling beside him. Her glamour was gone, full demon form, horns and all, beautiful in the way that things from hell could be beautiful. Terrible and magnificent and warm. Not the highlights. The real stuff. Harry leaned against her shoulder. "I liked it. More than I expected to." "Yeah. The magic, wizard magic, it's structured. Like a language. You learn the grammar and then you can say anything." He held up his hand, letting hellfire curl between his fingers in slow spirals. "Our magic is different. Wilder. More instinctive. Having both, it's like being bilingual. That's wonderful, sweetheart. I made real friends. Ron and Hermione, you'd love them. Ron's brave and funny and smarter than he thinks. Hermione's the smartest person I've ever met, and she doesn't take my shit at all." Charlie laughed. "I want to meet them. And Draco. He's complicated. Raised wrong, but trying to be better." Harry glanced at his mother. "Sound familiar?" Her expression softened into something knowing. "The hotel's influence. Even from here." "Always." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The red sky of hell stretched eternal above them, and the sounds of Pentagram City, distant screams, music, the rumble of something enormous moving through the deep streets, were a lullaby Harry hadn't realized he'd missed. "The Dark Wizard," Charlie said finally. "Voldemort. You said in your letter that he's still out there." "He is. Weaker now. I hurt him, Mom. The purifying fire, the thing you taught me about, the flames that cleanse instead of destroy. It worked on him. Drove him out of Quirrell without killing the host." Harry paused. "But he has anchors. Horcruxes. Pieces of his soul hidden in objects around the world. As long as those exist, he can't truly die." Charlie's arm tightened around his shoulders. "And you're one of them." "Was. Maybe still am, partially. I damaged it during the confrontation. It's weaker now. Smaller." Harry touched his scar. It hadn't hurt since that night in the chamber. "Not once. I'll destroy it eventually. When I'm ready. Not alone." "Not alone," he agreed. "But. Mom. I need to go back next year. And the year after. All 7 years. This isn't over. Voldemort is going to come back, and the wizarding world isn't ready for him. They think he's dead. They're not prepared. And you are." Harry turned to look at his mother, really look at her. Charlie Morningstar, Princess of Hell, who had found a broken child on the streets and loved him into someone whole. Who had taught him that fire could heal as well as harm. Who had spent 11 years building a place where the damned could find redemption. "You made me ready," he said. "Every day of my life here made me ready." Charlie's eyes filled. She pulled him close and rested her chin on top of his head. She'd still tall enough for that, though not for much longer. "I'm so proud of you. Every single thing you are. I just wish you didn't have to fight. Someone has to. I know. I just wish it wasn't my kid." She kissed the top of his head. "But if it has to be someone, I'm glad it's you. Because you'll do it right. You'll fight without becoming the thing you're fighting." Harry closed his eyes. Let his mother hold him. Let himself be 11 for a few more minutes, before the weight of everything settled back onto his shoulders. The summer stretched ahead. Training, preparation, study. Letters from friends and plans for the future. But for now, just this. Home, and warmth, and the knowledge that he was exactly where he belonged. Summer in hell passed differently than summer in the mortal world. There were no seasons, just the eternal red sky and the heat that rose from the city in shimmering waves. But time passed nonetheless, and Harry filled it with purpose. Alastor trained him harder than before, the kid gloves were off, now that Harry had proven himself in real combat. They sparred in the hotel's basement training room, which Alastor had expanded into something that existed in more dimensions than 3. The space folded around them as they fought, shadows versus hellfire, experience versus raw power. You rely too heavily on brute force, Alastor told him after a session that left scorch marks on surfaces that shouldn't have been scorchable. Against Quirrell, it worked because he was weak. Against a fully restored Voldemort, I'll need precision, Harry finished, wiping sweat from his face. You'll need art. Alastor manifested his microphone staff and twirled it once. Power is a blunt instrument. Anyone can swing a hammer. I'm going to teach you to be a scalpel. The lessons changed after that. Less raw combat, more control. Fine manipulation of hellfire, threading it through objects, channeling it at distances, learning to infuse his will into ever smaller points until he could place a burning pinprick exactly where he wanted. Alastor was a demanding teacher, critical, precise, with standards that bordered on cruelty, but Harry thrived under that pressure. He always had. You're teaching him to kill, Vaggie observed one afternoon, watching from the doorway as Harry practiced directing threads of fire through a maze of glass bottles without breaking them. I'm teaching him to choose, Alastor corrected. Whether to kill, to disable, to terrify, to create. Fine control enables every option. Brute force enables only one. Vaggie was quiet for a moment. Then, good. He'll need it. She took over his physical training, intensifying what she'd taught before. Knife work with the blade she'd given him for Christmas. Close quarters movement, how to fight in tight spaces, how to use a school corridor's width against a larger opponent. They practiced in the hotel's hallways until Harry could navigate them blindfolded, every angle memorized. You won't always have space to use fire, Vaggie told him. Won't always have distance. Sometimes it'll be close. Personal. Hands and blade and whatever you can grab. I know. Do you? Because what you did with Quirrell, putting your hands on his face, pushing the fire through direct contact, that was instinct. Good instinct. But instinct runs out when you're tired. What carries you then is training. Then train me harder. She did. Charlie's contribution was different. Softer, but no less important. She taught him about the purifying fire, the thing that had worked against Voldemort's wraith. They practiced together in the hotel's garden. Yes, hell had a garden. Charlie had insisted and somehow made it work through sheer stubbornness. It's not about destruction, Charlie said, her own hands alight with golden fire that was gentler than Harry's. Purification is the opposite of destruction. You're not burning something away, you're burning it clean. There's a difference. Show me. Charlie placed her hand on a withered plant in the garden, something that had been dying for weeks, curling brown at the edges. Golden fire flowed from her fingers into the plant structure, and Harry watched as the brown receded, the leaves straightened, green returning with slow certainty. Life is fire, Charlie said. Every living thing burns from within, metabolism, growth, change. Purification is just aligning that internal fire. Removing what doesn't belong and letting what does grow stronger. Harry placed his hand beside hers. His fire was redder, more volatile, sharper, but he gentled it. Willed it to match his mother's warmth. The plant responded, tentatively, and a new leaf unfurled beneath his palm. There, Charlie whispered. That's it. It was the hardest thing he'd ever learned. Harder than combat, harder than precision, harder than control. Because purification required something that destruction didn't, compassion. You had to care about what you were cleansing. Had to want it to survive and be better. Harry practiced every day. And every day, it got a little easier. Lucifer visited weekly. Sometimes with gifts, the rubber duck collection now numbered 47, sometimes with information. "The wizarding world is talking about you," Lucifer told him one July afternoon. They were in the hotel's lounge, Lucifer sprawled in an armchair with his usual disregard for dignified posture. "My contacts in the recently deceased say that the Ministry of Magic is in absolute uproar. The boy who lived, returned from the dead, raised in hell, attending Hogwarts and apparently doing quite well. Let them talk." "Oh, I intend to. It's very entertaining." Lucifer's golden eyes sharpened. "But some of the talk is less entertaining. There are people who think you should be studied. Contained. A child raised by demons, carrying demonic power, some in the ministry see you as a threat. Are they going to do anything about it? Not while Dumbledore protects you. The old wizard has significant political capital, and he's spending it on keeping the ministry at arm's length." Lucifer tilted his head. "Curious man, Dumbledore. Playing a long game. He reminds me of me, in some ways. That's either a compliment or a warning. Both, I think." Lucifer produced a rubber duck from somewhere and began fidgeting with it, a habit that should have been absurd but somehow wasn't, given who he was. "Harry. Something more serious." "Yeah. The Horcrux in your scar." Lucifer's voice dropped, not in volume, but in register. Deeper. Older. The voice of someone who had existed since before time was time. "I've been thinking about it. Researching, in my way. A fragment of a mortal wizard's soul, embedded in the flesh of my grandson. I'm going to destroy it. I know. But I want to offer you something." Lucifer leaned forward, all playfulness gone. "When you're ready, when you choose to burn it out, I want to be there. My power can shore up what your fire might damage. The scar is part of you now, Harry. It's been there for 10 years. Removing what's inside without tearing something you need, that requires precision I'm not sure you have yet. Uncle Al is teaching me precision. Alastair's precision is a razor. What you need for this is a surgeon's hand." Lucifer met Harry's eyes, gold to green, ancient to young. "Let me help. When the time comes." Harry looked at his grandfather, the devil, the first fallen, the Morningstar himself, offering to help remove a dark wizard's soul fragment from his grandson's forehead with the careful concern of any grandparent offering to help with a splinter. "Okay," Harry said. "When I'm ready." "Good." Lucifer relaxed, the ancient depth receding behind his usual brightness. "Now. Want to see the new duck I made? It quacks the national anthem." "Of which country?" "All of them. Simultaneously." Harry laughed, and the afternoon continued in warmth and nonsense. Letters came from the wizarding world throughout the summer. Ron wrote in a scrawl that was barely legible, full of excitement about Egypt. His family had won a prize draw and traveled there. He sent photos of himself in front of pyramids, grinning gap-toothed and sunburned. "Wish you were here, mate. The tombs have curses in them that I bet you could just walk through. Miss you." Hermione's letters were novels. Dense, multi-paged, covering everything from her summer reading list, 16 books and counting, to detailed questions about hell's social structure that Harry answered with patient amusement. She'd become fascinated by the concept of redemption through action, Charlie's core philosophy, and was writing what she called comparative ethical frameworks that were basically philosophy papers. "Your mother's work is genuinely revolutionary," she wrote in one letter. "Not just for hell, the implications for moral philosophy in general are staggering." "Has she published anything?" Harry showed Charlie that letter. Charlie cried, happy tears, and immediately started drafting a response that was 30 pages long before Vaggie gently took the pen away. Draco's letters were sparse but significant. Short, precise, carrying weight between the words. Morningstar, summer at the manor is what it always is. My father talks about the old days too much. He asks about you, what you're like, what you can do. I tell him nothing useful. I've been practicing occlumency. A form of mental shielding. You should learn it too. When V returns, he'll try to use the connection again. Better to be armored than not. See you in September. DM Harry took the suggestion seriously. He asked Alastor about mental shielding, Alastor, whose mind was an impenetrable fortress of static and shadows, and his uncle agreed to teach him. Occlumency is a wizard's term for a wizard's approach, Alastor said. Organized thoughts, compartmentalized memories, walls and barriers. Very structured. Very boring. His grin widened. I'll teach you something better. What Alastor taught him was less like building walls and more like becoming weather. Instead of defending a fixed position, Harry learned to make his mind move, shifting, unpredictable, impossible to pin down. Thoughts flowed like wind. Memories scattered like rain. Anyone trying to read his mind would find themselves chasing sensation through a storm, unable to hold on to anything long enough to extract meaning. A wall can be broken, Alastor said. A fortress can be besieged. But you cannot siege the weather, my boy. You can only endure it. Harry practiced until his mind felt like a living thing, responsive, adaptive, dangerous to intrude upon without invitation. The scar fragment, already weakened, retreated further into its prison. He could barely feel it now, a whisper where there had once been a shout. Good. Let it fade to nothing. August brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the hotel lobby, reading ahead in his second-year textbooks, Lockhart's entire bibliography, which was so obviously fraudulent that Harry had burst out laughing on the first page, when the hotel's front doors opened and someone walked in who had no business being there. Severus Snape stood in the entrance of the Hazbin Hotel, wearing his black robes in Hell's red light, looking profoundly out of place and deeply unhappy about it. Harry stared. Snape stared back. Professor? Harry said. Mr. Morningstar. Snape's voice was tight, tighter than usual. His hands were clenched at his sides, and his eyes moved rapidly around the lobby, taking in the decor, the faint smell of sulfur, the general ambience of a hotel that existed in literal hell. I require a conversation. You're in hell. I'm aware. How are you in hell? You're alive. Dumbledore assisted with the transit. Snape's jaw worked. It was not a pleasant journey. Harry set down his book. Does my mother know you're here? She does. I spoke with her first. She directed me to you. Something in Snape's face shifted, a crack in the armor, just for a moment. She was, not what I expected. She never is. Harry stood. Let's go somewhere private. He led Snape to the hotel's small library, a room Charlie had insisted on despite most of the residents being uninterested in reading. It was quiet there, lined with books that ranged from mortal literature to demonic histories, with a window that looked out over Pentagram City's skyline. Snape sat stiffly in an armchair. Harry took the one opposite. They regarded each other in silence for a long moment. You came to talk about my birth mother, Harry said. It wasn't a guess. Snape closed his eyes. When he opened them, the careful control was still there, but thinner. Worn. I owe you an explanation. And an apology. For what? For failing Lily. The name fell from his mouth like a stone, heavy, painful. For everything that led to her death. For my part in it. Harry waited. Didn't push. Let the man find his own words, the way Alastor had taught him. Let them come to you. I was a Death Eater, Snape said. In my youth. Stupid and angry and desperate for belonging, and the Dark Lord offered a version of it. I took his mark. Followed his orders. And then, his voice fractured. Then I heard the prophecy. A prophecy about a child who could defeat him. I brought it to him. I gave him the weapon he used to find your parents. The air in the room went very still. I didn't know it would be Lily. I didn't know. Snape stopped. Started again, and this time his voice was raw. Stripped. That's a lie. I didn't want it to be Lily. But I gave him the prophecy knowing it would target someone's child. Someone's family. And when it was hers, you went to Dumbledore, Harry said quietly. Snape looked at him sharply. How do you? Because you're alive. Because Dumbledore trusts you. Because you've spent 10 years teaching at Hogwarts instead of rotting in prison. Harry met Snape's eyes steadily. You turned. Became a spy. Tried to protect her. And failed. The word was barely a whisper. I failed. She died. James died. And you, the baby, I thought you died too. For 10 years, I believed I had killed Lily and her entire family through my selfishness. Harry sat with that. Let it fill the space between them. Snape's hands were shaking, slightly, barely visible, but shaking. The man was gutted. Had been gutted for a decade and was only now letting anyone see the wound. Professor, Harry said slowly, why are you here? Not why are you telling me this, why are you here? In hell. Snape was quiet for a long time. Then, your mother, Charlie, she spoke to me about redemption. About the possibility of atonement. When I arrived, she asked me one question. What question? Are you sorry? Snape's mouth twisted. Not, what did you do or, how could you? Just, are you sorry? And? I told her I've been sorry every day for 11 years. Snape looked at his hands. She said that was a start. Harry felt something warm move through his chest, not hellfire, just warmth. His mother's influence, reaching through him even when she wasn't in the room. She's right. It is a start. She said, Snape swallowed. She said that if I wanted to continue atoning, the best way would be to protect what Lily left behind. To protect you. Not from the shadows, not as a spy, but openly. As someone who cares. Do you? Harry asked. Not accusatory. Just honest. Care. Snape met his gaze. Lily's eyes in a face shaped by hell. The boy who should have been dead and wasn't. The child of the woman he'd loved and lost and failed. Yes, Snape said. One word. No elaboration. But the weight of it was enormous. Harry nodded slowly. Okay. Okay. I don't need a father, Harry said clearly. I have parents. A family. I'm not missing anything. He paused. But I could use an ally. Someone inside Hogwarts who understands the full picture, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, what's coming. Someone who can watch things I can't. You're offering me a role in your war effort, Snape said, and something like dark amusement crossed his features. I'm a spy for Dumbledore and now you want me to spy for you as well. Not spy. Collaborate. Harry leaned forward. Professor, Severus, you spent 10 years punishing yourself. Living in guilt. Serving Dumbledore's plans because you didn't have your own. I'm offering you something different. A purpose that isn't about death or obligation. It's about building something. Snape stared at him. And Harry watched the man's defenses, decades of them, layer upon layer of bitterness and self-loathing and cold control, waver. Not fall. Snape was too guarded for that. But waver. You sound like your mother, Snape said. Both of them. I take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. Snape stood, adjusting his robes, the gesture precise, familiar, a man rebuilding his armor piece by piece. I will consider your offer. And in the meantime, he reached into his robes and produced a small vial. Dark liquid, shimmering with an iridescent sheen. A gift. Advanced occlumency enhancer. It won't teach you the skill, but it strengthens natural mental barriers. Given what lives in your scar, I thought it prudent. Harry took the vial. Thank you. Don't thank me. Snape moved toward the door. Thanking me implies a debt, and I have no interest in that dynamic. Then I'll just say I appreciate it. Snape paused at the door. Didn't turn around. You're a remarkable young man, Mr. Morningstar. Lily would have been proud. He stopped. Let the sentence die. Then left. Harry sat alone in the library, holding the vial, thinking about redemption. About the way it wasn't a single moment but a long, slow process, painful and imperfect and requiring you to keep showing up even when it hurt. Charlie appeared in the doorway minutes later, her expression soft and questioning. He came to apologize, Harry said. I know. He told me first. Charlie crossed the room and sat in the chair Snape had vacated, still warm from his body. Are you okay? Yeah. He's in pain, Mom. Has been for years. I know that too. Charlie's eyes held the particular light they always got when she saw someone who needed help. The light that had built the hotel. The light that had saved Harry. I told him about the hotel. What we do here. He said, she laughed softly. He said it was aggressively optimistic and probably doomed. But he didn't say no. He won't. Not forever. No, Charlie agreed. Not forever. The last week of August burned away like paper in hellfire. Harry packed his trunk with new precision, second-year books, new robes, he'd grown 3 inches over the summer, the knife from Vaggie, the golden feather from Lucifer, the pocket watch from Alastair. His wand, holstered and singing with contained energy. The rubber duck collection stayed home, except for the wizard one. That was coming with him. The night before he left, the entire hotel gathered in the lobby. Not for a party, just to be together. To send him off the way they'd received him home, with noise and warmth and the particular kind of love that existed in a place built for second chances. Angel hugged him too long and pretended he wasn't emotional. Husk slipped him a flask, cider again, he said gruffly. Your mom checked. Nifty gave him a tiny weapon she'd made from a hotel paperclip, for emergencies. And Sir Pentious delivered another speech that Alastair, mercifully, allowed to finish this time. Charlie and Vaggie walked him to the portal the next morning. Same routine as last year, King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, the transition from hell to the mortal world. But different, too. Harry was different. Taller, stronger, more certain of himself in ways that showed in how he held his body, how he met people's eyes. Same rules as last year, Vaggie said, straightening his collar. Write regularly. Trust your training. Don't start fights you can't finish. What if I can finish them? Then make them fast. A ghost of a smile. And write to me about it. Charlie's goodbye was longer, tearier, involved multiple hugs and at least 2 instances of fixing his hair. But beneath the emotion was something new, a steadiness. She wasn't afraid for him anymore. Not the bone-deep terror of last year, sending her child into the unknown. She'd seen him come back from battle. She'd watched him recover and grow. She trusted him now, not just loved him, but trusted him to survive. Year 2, she said, holding his face between her hands. Be brilliant. Always, he said. Love you, Mom. Love you more. Impossible. She let him go. He pushed his trolley toward the barrier, and the last thing he heard before the mortal world swallowed him was Charlie's laugh, bright and golden and exactly like home. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, September 1st chaos, the best kind, all noise and excitement and the Hogwarts Express gleaming scarlet in its steam. Harry pushed through the crowd with his trunk, scanning for familiar faces. Harry. Red hair, enormous grin, slightly taller and deeply sunburned. Ron barreled toward him through the crowd like a Quidditch player going for the snitch. He slammed into Harry with enough force to rock them both sideways, and Harry laughed and caught him and they stood there for a moment, grinning like idiots. Egypt was brilliant, Ron said immediately. I have so much to tell you. There were curses in the pyramids, actual curses, and Bill showed us this tomb where, but first, how are you? How's hell? Did you train? I trained. I'm good. Tell me about the pyramids. Boys. Hermione appeared beside them, tanned, rested, her hair somehow even bigger after a summer in the sun. Her smile was warm and genuine and she hugged Harry without hesitation, which was new. Last year's Hermione had been formal about physical affection. This year's had apparently decided that friends who fight trolls and dark lords together get hugged. You both look well. You look relaxed, Harry told her. Did you actually take a break from studying? I studied in France. It counts as a break if you change the location. It absolutely does not. Draco materialized from the crowd with his usual silent approach. He'd gotten better at it over the summer, or maybe he'd always been good at it and Harry just noticed now. He wore new robes, cut slightly different from the standard Malfoy style, subtly, almost imperceptibly, but Harry's trained eye caught it. Making your own choices, Harry said, nodding at the robes. Draco's mouth twitched. Small ones. Incremental. He glanced at Ron and Hermione. Granger. Weasley. Malfoy, they said in unison, and the tone was neutral, not warm, but not hostile. Progress. They found a compartment together. All four of them, which was its own kind of statement, the Gryffindor trio and the Slytherin outlier, sharing space openly. People noticed. People whispered. Harry let them. The train pulled away from the station, and the city gave way to countryside, and Harry felt the particular rightness of returning to a place that had become important to you. Not home, home was the hotel, always, but something adjacent. Something earned. So, Ron said, when they'd settled and the snack trolley was still an hour away. What's the plan for this year? Harry leaned back in his seat and looked at his friends, Ron, loyal and sharp. Hermione, brilliant and fierce. Draco, brave in his quiet way. All of them watching him with the easy expectation of people who'd been through fire together. Voldemort's still out there, Harry said. Weaker than before, but not gone. He has Horcruxes, anchors keeping him alive. We need to learn everything we can about them. How to find them. How to destroy them. How many? Draco asked. I don't know yet. More than one. Dumbledore might know, I'll talk to him. Snape might know too, Hermione said carefully. Given his history. He might. Harry thought about Snape in the hotel library. About the vial of a clemency enhancer in his trunk. He's an ally now. Or becoming one. You turned Snape. Ron's eyebrows climbed. How? I didn't turn him. He came to me. My mother's influence, she has a way of reaching people. Harry smiled. Redemption is contagious. So we're building an army, Draco said flatly. We're building a network. People who know the truth, who are prepared, who won't be caught off guard when Voldemort returns. When, Hermione repeated. Not if. Not if. Harry let that weight settle over the compartment. Not oppressive, just real. He's coming back. It might be this year, might be 5 years from now. But he's coming. And when he does, we're going to be ready. The Prince of Hell versus the Dark Lord, Ron said. He grinned, that particular Weasley grin that meant he was scared and excited in equal measure and leaning into both. "My money's on you." "Our money's on him," Hermione corrected. "We're in this together." "Together," Draco agreed, and the word sounded like it surprised him. Like it was a concept he was still learning to trust. Harry looked at them. His people. His friends. His co-conspirators in a war that hadn't fully started yet but was coming as surely as the train was carrying them north. They were 12 years old, 11, in Ron's case for another few months, and they were sitting in a train compartment planning to defeat the darkest wizard who'd ever lived. In hell, they'd call this ambitious. Harry called it Tuesday. The train rattled through Scotland as afternoon deepened toward evening. They'd spent hours catching up, Ron's Egypt stories, Hermione's research findings, Draco's careful updates about the political climate among old pure-blood families. Harry shared what he could about his training, about Snape's visit, about the summer's developments. He didn't tell them everything. Not about the golden feather from Lucifer, warm against his chest. Not about the dreams he'd started having, visions of a snake, of a diary, of a young man with Tom Riddle's face smiling in the dark. Not about the certainty growing in his gut that this year would bring its own challenges, separate from Voldemort but connected to him. Some things he needed to understand himself before sharing. The landscape outside the window shifted, wilder, darker, mountains rising in the distance. They changed into robes as evening fell, and when the train finally slowed and Hogwarts appeared in the darkness, lit and towering and alive, Harry felt the castle's awareness reach for him like a friend extending a hand. "Welcome back," the ancient magic hummed. "Glad to be here," Harry thought. They piled off the train into the cold September air. The lake stretched dark and vast, the boats ready for the new first years. Harry and his friends took the carriages this year, pulled by invisible creatures that Harry could see clearly and everyone else pretended weren't there. Thestrals, skeletal, winged horses visible only to those who'd seen death. Harry had seen more death than most people experienced in a lifetime. The Thestrals bent their heads toward him as he approached, drawn by the warmth of his fire. He ran a hand along one's bony neck. "Hey there. You're beautiful." The Thestral nuzzled his palm. Ron watched with an expression of mild concern. He couldn't see anything, only Harry's hand moving through empty air. "You're petting invisible death horses," Ron said. "They're friendly." "Of course they are. Because why wouldn't they be?" The carriage ride was brief, up the hill, through the gates, and then they were at Hogwarts' front doors. Harry stepped through and felt the castle's magic wrap around him like a blanket. Every torch seemed to burn a little brighter. Every portrait turned toward him with recognition. The building knew him now, remembered him from last year, welcomed him back. The great hall was golden and warm, the enchanted ceiling showing a clear starlit sky. Harry slid into his seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron and Hermione flanking him, and watched the sorting with comfortable familiarity. New faces, new names, new students getting their first taste of this world. He remembered his own sorting. The hat's voice in his mind, "You want to be good." A year later, that hadn't changed. If anything, it had solidified, hardened from a wish into a mandate. He would be good. Not because it was easy, or rewarded, or expected. Because his mother had shown him what goodness looked like even in the darkest places. Because hell had taught him that you didn't need heaven to be righteous. You just needed to choose it, every day, in every moment. The feast appeared. Harry ate with appetite, mortal food, warm and simple and honest, and let the conversation wash around him. Gryffindors catching up, sharing summers, laughing and arguing and being alive in that particular way that young humans were alive. Across the hall, Draco caught his eye from the Slytherin table. A nod. An understanding. At the staff table, Snape sat in his usual place, black and severe and watchful. But when his gaze met Harry's across the hall, something passed between them. Not warmth, exactly. But acknowledgement. Shared purpose. And beside Snape, an empty chair. The defense against the dark arts position. Quirrell's seat, vacant now. Whoever filled it this year would bring their own complications, their own mysteries. Harry was looking forward to it. That night, after the feast, after the common room socializing, after Ron's snores filled the dormitory, Harry slipped out. Not under the invisibility cloak. Not sneaking. He simply walked through the corridors with the confidence of someone who belonged, and the castle let him pass without objection. Portraits smiled. Suits of armor straightened. Mrs. Norris appeared at one junction, regarded him with her lamp-like eyes, and walked beside him for 3 corridors before peeling away to other duties. He climbed to the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle, open to the sky. The night was clear and cold, stars scattered across blackness with a profusion that hell's red sky could never match. Harry stood at the tower's edge and looked up. Somewhere beyond those stars, in a direction that wasn't up or down or sideways but elsewhere, hell burned and blazed and his family lived. Charlie was probably awake, worrying. Vaggie was probably sharpening something. Alastair was probably plotting something. Lucifer was probably making a rubber duck. They were all there. Carrying him. Even from this distance. Harry pulled the golden feather from his pocket, Lucifer's feather, angel bright even in the darkness. He held it up and it caught the starlight, shimmering with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Hell's heart, he thought. That's what Charlie called the capacity for love in beings that the universe had given up on. The ability to care fiercely, protect desperately, love unconditionally, even in damnation. Even when everything said you shouldn't be capable of it. Harry carried Hell's heart in his chest. He carried an angel's feather in his pocket and a devil's ring on his finger and hellfire in his blood and wizard magic in his bones. He was the prince of hell and the boy who lived and a Gryffindor and a 12-year-old who missed his mom already. He was all of these things. And this year, and every year after, he would use all of it. Every piece. Every gift. Every lesson. Every ounce of love he'd been raised on and every scrap of power he'd been trained to wield. Voldemort was coming back. Dark things stirred in the world. The wizarding world was unprepared and the mortal world didn't even know magic existed, and somewhere out there, pieces of a dark wizard's fractured soul waited in their hiding places. Harry Morningstar stood on top of Hogwarts and let the wind push against him, let the cold bite, let the stars will overhead in their ancient patterns. He was 12 years old and he was ready for whatever came next. Not because he wasn't afraid. Because he knew exactly who he was. And that was enough. That would always be enough. He tucked the feather away, turned from the parapet, and walked back inside. The castle closed around him, warm, ancient, protective, and he descended through its corridors toward his dormitory, toward sleep, toward tomorrow and every tomorrow after. The Prince of Hell, going back to bed in a tower full of sleeping wizards, with a war on the horizon and a heart full of fire. Just another night at Hogwarts.